the year 26. In keeping with what's set forward in Article 43 of the Rules and Regulations, I put it to you for your consideration. I see no observations. It is so approved. Before continuing, on behalf of this Permanent Council, we would like to convey congratulations to the governments and peoples of Santa Lucia, Guyana, and the Dominican Republic for their national days on the 22nd, 23rd, and 27th of February, respectively. And on behalf of the Permanent Council, we would like to express our best wishes for them, for those days which are so significant to their peoples. Turning now to other issues and in compliance with Article 8 of the Rules and Regulation, which confers upon the chair this possibility, I wish to report to the Permanent Council that this chair held meetings with the chairs of the permanent committees and with the incoming chair of this council. We also had a working group session with the coordinators of the regional groups. We met with various delegations informally, the Secretary General and the Assistant Secretary General, whereby we promoted dialogue, coordination, and improved coordination of action. The purpose of this is to strengthen legal security, predictability of procedure, efficiency, effectiveness, and results of this Council's work. We're also endeavoring to ensure the best use of time and the resources allotted to these sessions. And in that same spirit, we will soon be holding a meeting this week with the regional groups. This is open to all delegations. Distinguished colleagues, now moving on to other issues. For this session, I would like to ask the Council if you're willing to provide a special dispensation for the time set forth in Article 46 of the Rules and Regulation to attend to the request by the Secretary General to grant him up to 20 minutes to speak on item 2 of our agenda. I see no objections. It is so agreed. The next item of our agenda, it is now my pleasure to give the floor to Secretary General Albert Ramdin. He will be presenting us a report on progress made in his administration at the helm of the Secretariat of the OAS. You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair, distinguished permanent representatives, permanent observers, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you as member states for the opportunity to report to you and for extending the time to do that. What I will present is still high level because there's lots of details which we can present at some point better in writing so that you have that. But at this point, it will be the high level fashion of the report. Otherwise, it would take longer than what is allowed in terms of time. I requested this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to address this body to brief you and member states as promised when we took office on 3 things: the progress achieved over the past 9 months, the challenges that remain, and the direction we believe we should take collectively. And we do so in a region and in a world marked by profound change, where cooperation is often pursued bilaterally rather than collectively, and the effectiveness and usefulness of multilateralism is questioned. But we must not see this evolving change, these new circumstances, as a challenge. We must find the resolve and discover new ways and opportunities for achieving our collective goals and ambitions. Our legitimacy as the principal political forum in the hemisphere rests on the ability to be of significance, proactively mitigate problematic situations, finding solutions, and delivering practical results, facilitating political dialogue and supporting member states as much as we can, given our limitations. To deliver on this, it is important that we have a well-functioning, well-organized, and aligned organizational structure, and continue to focus on making our relevance as a multilateral organization known. So this report is part of effective transparency, accountability, and open communication, based on member states' shared goals and expectations before and after I took office. We also considered the valuable insights of the A&M report. Our actions are also based on our own experience and vision with the input of the Cabinet. The recently elected OAS leadership is committed, and this is important, is committed to actively engaging in the management of the organization, as is part of our responsibility. Our goal, therefore, is institutional reform, including the effectiveness of the political bodies, in close collaboration with member states. We focus on the goals and purpose of the OAS: democracy, human rights, security, and integral development. Our vision of peace and prosperity for all, based on unity, connectivity, and equal opportunity, guide us as well. These are the core principles of the OAS Charter. Now, in terms of the progress achieved, I'll try to be as structured as we can. In terms of internal measures, because one of the goals was operational efficiency and transparency. Many of the administrative bottlenecks we encountered over the past years, or the past 9 months, were rooted in an insufficient connection between the organization's political leadership and its technical capacity. This lack of integration meant that at times, technical work was not systematically reflected in political decision-making, while technical areas often faced difficulties in securing the political backing needed for administrative reform and technical implementation. Our response has been to bring these dimensions closer together and to create more interconnectedness in the General Secretariat and to break with silos. Some of the internal measures taken over the past 9 months. We have cabinet meetings every first Monday of each month, with no exception, of which are part the secretaries, the Assistant Secretary General, the Chiefs of Staff, and other essential staff members. We plan to extend this meeting, this cabinet meeting, to align and to have cross-fertilization by including periodically also the directors, so that we have more operational technical capability present. That will help us align our work, synchronize, and hopefully also build synergies so that we can save funds. This is already happening. This is not an intention. We have reintroduced the return to office policy work with your support as well. We still believe wholeheartedly that physical presence matters in a multilateral environment and in a political institution as the OAS. Some very minor issues, but still very important and impactful. For instance, also the reopening of a cafeteria in this building is a tangible expression of a commitment to making this, the House of the Americas, a space that encourages mutual understanding. Opening our main building to the Washington, D.C. community and beyond by organizing events that bring together the General Secretariat, permanent missions, permanent observers, the diplomatic community at large, and other stakeholders, also including the private sector. We have had several town hall meetings, informing staff, keeping them up to speed on key developments, but mostly also listening to their ideas and the suggestions and the concerns. And we are able to work on that together. That will improve the level of engagement not only, but also something which was considered in the A&M report as not very good, is the level of inspiration and commitment. Collaboration with the Staff Association, ongoing. Every couple of weeks we meet with them, we listen to them, and we align. We have also reactivated interdepartmental working groups on Haiti, youth, and the private sector. They bring together representatives from across the Secretariat to ensure that the OAS responds to these cross-cutting issues in a coherent manner. More specifically on Haiti, the interdepartmental working group on Haiti, which will now transform in a special mission on Haiti, is the development of the Haiti roadmap in in a couple of weeks' time, even before the deadline provided by the General Assembly. It's one of the results where we have translated political dialogue and national priorities into coherent technical deliverables in the General Secretariat. And the execution of this plan is continuing as we speak, with the Haitian leadership, CARICOM, UN, and major partners, including the inter-American institutions. For the first time, we have everybody around the table. We have held, so far, 3 Group of Friends meetings for Haiti already. That builds confidence and also cooperation. In terms of internal efficiencies, our efforts to achieve greater alignment on substantive priorities are underpinned by a comprehensive managerial reform agenda, which will include the following. We don't want counterproductive bureaucracy. It diverts time, energy, and is costly. So we must be agile and cost-effective while fully ensuring transparency and accountability. We have moved to eliminate duplicative bureaucratic burdens and streamline the travel approval process, reducing by half the number of required steps. And that is important because almost in every single process, we have too many of these steps. And that means time and effort, but also confusion. The performance evaluation system is in the process of final approval and consideration. Those will be shared with you as well. That will also result in a better management of personnel. System financial reporting, those are ongoing with the help of Deutsch, whereby member states will have an opportunity and will be able to save resources by going online and looking at all the data as well, which you normally require as a report. We don't need to do that anymore. Estimations are that we will be able to save a couple of 100,000. Increase efficiencies in Department of Human Resources and Deutsch. This includes progress in the establishment of the HR Service Portal, which will serve as a centralized digital platform designed to simplify service requests, the streamlining of the working of the Advisory Committee on Selection and Promotion, and of the CPR approval and signature process. Those, in part, have been already implemented. The real estate review, amongst other policy reforms, and the sale of the Casa del Soldado and of the residence of the Secretary General. Let me make a distinction here also. With regard to the sale of the real estate, which was approved by the member states, that authority has been delegated to the executive director, but there is also an improved, more efficient use of real estate, which will potentially bring also additional resources to the organization. So that is revenue increase. Weekly and monthly coordination and status updates with crucial directors and other authorities to expedite processes and decision-making and keeping each other apprised of developments of importance. This includes weekly meetings with the Assistant Secretary General, the Executive Director, the Head of Finance and Administration, as you knew it before, secretaries, the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, the Inspector General, and Ombudsperson, amongst others, who are also part of the monthly engagements. I say this because, as I mentioned before, if these engagements do not take place, we will continue to operate in silos, and that means less efficiency and effectiveness. Our engagements are not limited to the General Secretariat. We have intensified our exchanges with the specialized organizations and entities of the OAS, most recently the Inter-American Defense Board, and we have agreed to meet twice a year to discuss strategic issues. Sessions with the Inter-American Human Rights Commissioners at the start of their tenure. All our efforts of greater coordination are being carried out against the background of profound structural realignment. We reoriented the organization to its core unifying pillars of human rights, security, democracy, and development to maintain our focus in our common agenda towards peace and prosperity in unity, and acting as a collectivity of nations in pursuit of these goals. So both technical, pragmatic, conceptual, and to the original pillars of the Organization of American States. We had stated also at the beginning that we would attach great importance to rebuilding our communication strategy. And I can tell you that the results are there. Besides the internal state of affairs, one of the areas we have been concentrating on is media and communication. Not only communication within the General Secretariat, but with our member states. Communication has been scarce before, was a commonly voiced concern, and as a shareholder, we felt adequate attention was in order. Rebuilding trust with our membership also requires sustained proactive, and the operative word is proactive, political engagement. Over the past months, I have held countless meetings with ambassadors, extensive WhatsApp exchanges, several meetings with the regional groups, the purpose of which is threefold: intensify information sharing and receiving your opinions, stimulate unity and collaboration within smaller subsets of countries, address specific regional priorities which differ by country, by region. Many bilateral meetings with heads of state or government and foreign ministers have taken place over the past couple of months. It is also through this intensified engagement that more member states have fulfilled their quota payments and addressed arrears earlier in this year. I thank those countries. I'm not going to mention countries today. We all are working hard to be making this organization better, but I thank the countries who have contributed to the 2025 budget payments, the quota payments before the first quarter of this year. And I thank also the countries which have, I see it as a sign of trust, already paid their dues before the first quarter of 2026, over the budget 2026. I can only encourage and ask you, to all others, to do that. And I must say here immediately, there is an issue, of course, that if you pay if you pay soon, although it's an obligation, we have to provide a discount, which means effectively a reduction in our regular fund operational budget. So although I ask you to all pay, but I would hope that you would also discount the discount. More broadly, these interactions and exchanges are at the core of our work. I believe in political dialogue. That's why we're engaging in sitting around this table and speaking frankly and listening carefully. That is what we need at this point. This is how we strengthen the organization and deliver results for our member states, offering a mediation platform like good offices of the OAS to member states, and some of them are ongoing as we speak. Again, given the nature of the matter, I won't be able to tell you with which countries, but we are helping countries restore and organize themselves better towards each other. Another example is the many statements which we have issued. The one on Haiti, which we had, I believe, last year, October. Intensive, careful diplomacy and work carried out on the tight time constraints, we were able to secure the statement in support of the Haitian-led governance arrangements for the interim period, and ultimately also to the adoption of a resolution in the United Nations Security Council on the gang suppressing force. Again, together with member states. This is not only the Secretariat, together, and that resolution is being implemented as we speak. Proactive conflict resolution. I met in this regard with the foreign ministers of Belize and Guatemala when there were issues in the Sarstone River, and I visited the adjacency zone. I also met with Prime Minister Briceño and President Arevalo a couple of times, who reaffirmed their commitment to accept and follow up on the ICJ judgment. This experience which we have with the adjacency zone, I must say, is going to become, once completed and transformed in a management process, is going to be an example to the world on how we can solve border issues. So this is not only between Belize and Guatemala. This is an experience for all of us, for the whole world. I'm also grateful for the exchanges I had in majority of international and regional meetings with hemispheric leaders. I'm just mentioning very pragmatic meetings with the President of Ecuador, of Chile, of Jamaica, Peru, Colombia, Belize, Bolivia, Panama, and soon some others to follow. These engagements help us understand where the leadership of this hemisphere wants to go and how we can facilitate that process. Monitoring actively political situations in various countries, Haiti is a given, and also, as we discussed before in this same Permanent Council, in Guatemala, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. And then there is the communication externally, outside the membership. Addressing internal communication and those lines with the member states is not sufficient. To make the OAS relevant again, intensive communication with external parties was deemed essential. As such, many initiatives have been taken to improve the OAS online visibility. I hope you are following that. Tweets and press releases on daily activities throughout the day. Linking various media. And I must say the media gets a better impression about what the value is of the OAS, what the role is of the OAS. Institutional imaging and positioning is ongoing. We're going to work very hard and very soon to be presented on the house style of the OAS, to present the OAS as a single unity in terms of our external communication, because it is all over the place. Part of the strategic plan of national offices, which is crucial to continuously represent the OAS in country. We have done several lecture series in Chile, and again, coming week in Chile, it will be the second time, in Belize, in Panama, in Brazil, Peru, and in Costa Rica soon as well. So these lecture series, these presentations to universities, and especially young students, is meant to bring the OAS closer to the people so that they understand, they know what the OAS stands for. This is external media communication. Unless we talk, they will never know. Inter-American system partners with increased engagement, coordination on regional priorities is an effort to reduce duplication of efforts, but also to build synergies. The Inter-American Development Bank, Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, the Pan-American Health Organization. We had meetings with the Andean Community Bank, with which we have fruitful results now. In Q2 of this year, we will bring together at the OAS headquarters all OAS-related inter-American agencies to align. Some of them are forgotten, but we want to bring them back and see the efficiency, but also the effectiveness of those OAS-related agencies. Also in planning is a meeting of heads of sub-regional and integration and functional cooperation organizations like CARICOM and SICA and CIECA and others in the hemisphere. Again, to align our policies so that we can provide leadership on a common agenda, on a shared agenda. Global cooperation, intensified activity of the Department of External Relations. Every single day we meet with donors and to talk to them about the priorities of the OAS. We are actively engaged with permanent observers. The private sector increases in attendance, participation, and collaboration. Every single country I visit, I meet with the private sector organizations to talk about the role they can play in strengthening democracy, human rights, security, and prosperity, development. I must say.
Secretario, tratemos de...
Sir, can we try and finish in 5 minutes? It's a prerogative in keeping with the rules and regulations. Only 5 minutes, says the Secretary General. If you can, says the Chair.
I will have to read 10 pages in 5 minutes. Good. Superman.
Por favor, empiece.
Gracias, señor. Yeah. Let me see. So I want to say that resource mobilization is key for us. Not only communication, media, selling the organization, but communication. But we have done a lot in terms of democracy. And I can't go into the detail, but we have been proactive in mitigating conflicts. And I can tell you the names of the countries where we have been engaged. That is based on the expertise which we have in-house. Election observation mission, 18 elections have been taking place in this hemisphere. We are working on some specific issues which are regional, and I'd like to say that. Our School of Governance is making progress in expanding the reach to more English-speaking CARICOM participants. We're going to actively engage the Caribbean, and in that context, we have translation of courses and materials into English, reducing registration fees for Caribbean participants, incorporating live interpretation services in our courses, managing scholarships and coordination with partner institutions. This is just one example of a regional matter which is relevant to the region, but also to embed the region more in this OAS. On security, we have several projects ongoing with Haiti that continues. We are very pleased with the 10 million euro project on creating forward operating bases in Haiti. I'm very pleased that following a conversation I had with the then Brazilian head of Interpol last year, July, in Jamaica, that we have already conducted our first joint police operation. That is at a security level. It's global institutions. They recognize the value of the OAS, and they have trained police officers from 28 countries in this hemisphere. We are continuing to work on legal and human rights issues. I like to mention here the Inter-American Juridical Committee's recent addendum to the Inter-American Model Law 2.0 on access to public information, focusing on access to information. Given the importance, in my view, of the Inter-American Juridical Committee, I have visited the 107 and 108 session, and the value of that is that we have frank discussion on what needs to be done in terms of the Inter-American legal framework, and that is happening. We supported them, you approved a position for the Inter-American Juridical Committee so that they can work even better. On sustainable development, the competitive exchange program, the America's Competitive Exchange, where 350 cooperation opportunities were locked on. The return on investment there is 1 on 30 US. $1 spent provides a return on investment of $30. That is the ACE program. And we're going to expand on that in terms of the private sector engagement. There is a mobilization in that department on projects, 30 million US. The Plan Trifino, a very specific water access project, benefited 13,000 people in Central America. Those things are not known, but we want to tell the story now. Finally, through the ongoing resource mobilization, we'll be able to fund more projects in the region. I think I should speak to some of the challenges going forward, especially in the context of the upcoming budget discussions. Look, we can do a lot more. And I have said this, if we don't have the resources or the capabilities, we will not be able to do more. So here are some of the financial sustainability and structural constraints. Chronic late quota payments causing liquidity instability. The reliance on treasury borrowing to cover operational expenses. For now, we don't need to do it so far because of the early payment, or on-time payment, I should say, from member states. Personnel shortages, brain drain, and institutional knowledge loss. Legal and operational risk associated with structural use of short-term contracts. We spoke about that in a smaller group. Outdated technological infrastructure requiring capital investment. If we don't invest, we will not be able to do better. Procedural micromanagement that reduces operational agility. I will not further go into depth on this, but we need to have a little bit of breathing space to be able to do things more efficiently. That's some of the challenges ahead. We want to say that the way forward is, for me, of course, in the technical areas. We need to demonstrate that we do exactly what member states want based on the resolutions. But I do believe that if we want to proceed with the same effectiveness of the efficiency which we are proposing, and effectiveness, it is something which I want to propose to you here, but of course to be discussed, is that we keep in mind that we have many mandates. System has been presented, and you know that. There has been a reduction, but it would be good for this year to have a complete moratorium on mandates. Not on political declarations and other kinds of statements, but on mandates, because we will not be able to execute them. simply because the budget is not there. It doesn't make sense to add more mandates and not be able to execute them. That's not the right message we want to send. But at least it would give us to continue this process of streamlining, efficiency, and so on. We also looking broader, because the developments in the world are happening, and we need to make sure that we are aligned. So we're working closely. We started working closely with the European Council, the Council of Europe, a similar body as the OAS, the Gulf Cooperation Council, the Ibero-American General Secretariat, CEHIP, and so on. On Haiti, it remains a priority. I strongly believe that we need more hemispheric support on Haiti in the coming months and years, and the holding of elections is critical. And finally, I want to say that, again, that our staff works very hard. They really do a great job, and they do that silently, without complaints, behind the scenes, but with a lot of extra miles, for which they are not paid. And compared to other institutions, we are not well paid, but we are also not well staffed. I want to make those points in reality. I know that it is difficult to increase that, but what I'm saying is at least we should have recognition for the work the staff members are doing in getting the work done. And we will seek to provide you a full, wholesome listing of all the things every single secretariat and agency is doing. But I'm proud to say that over the 9 months, we have been able to execute some of what we did say before I was elected, before Laura Hill was elected, and I can tell you that process will continue, and with your help, because we are on the same page, in the same place, we will succeed. Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for presenting that report to us, which reflects your commitment to transparency and institutional coordination and dialogue with member states. I now offer the floor to delegations who wish to speak to the progress report. You are also welcome to submit a summary. I now offer the floor to the Bahamas.
Good afternoon, all. The delegation of the Bahamas thanks the Secretary General for presenting this 9-month report. We welcome the initiative and are empathetic to his presentation being abridged due to time constraints. Structured engagement between the administration and member states is not optional. It is a governance obligation. Transparency in the stewardship of the organization strengthens confidence and legitimacy. Consistent with our long-standing position, the Bahamas has formally requested that a comprehensive State of the Organization report be presented annually to the General Assembly, and that proposal is now on the agenda for the forthcoming General Assembly in Panama. Member states deserve more than an ornamental exercise. We require a structured, analytical report comparable in rigor to a board-level review, enabling us to assess strategic direction, managerial effectiveness, and institutional coherence. Chair, with respect to this progress report, advanced circulation of a detailed written document would have allowed delegations to provide substantive, evidence-based feedback. An extemporaneous presentation, however engaging it may be, cannot and should not substitute for documented analysis. Effective reporting requires verifiable performance indicators, financial data, implementation metrics, and reform benchmarks. Without documentation, delegations are left and placed in a reactive posture rather than an evaluative one. Governance requires a shared evidentiary baseline. Accordingly, the Bahamas reserves the right to recall this item for further consideration and will transmit written observations in due course. Beyond narrative, the Council must receive a balanced account of institutional performance, including, and I will offer a few, implementation of mandates, including A&M recommendations, where they are whether the measurable outputs and timelines. 2, strategic allocation of regular and specific funds relative to the priorities. 3, identification and mitigation of institutional risks, including fiscal and legal exposures. These are core accountability pillars. This report precedes 2 critical instruments, the overdue strategic plan and the upcoming regular fund program budget. In this instance, sequencing matters. A progress report derives meaning from a defined strategic framework. Vision anchors strategy, strategy informs budget, budget operationalizes mandates, and reporting closes the accountability loop. These elements must function as an integrated governance architecture. Constructively, we acknowledge the positive developments, and we also identify that progress must now consolidate into measurable institutional outcomes. Chair, simply as one example of a regional focus, we know with concern the absence of a progress on geographic representation. In a multilateral institution, representation must be explicit across staffing, leadership, procurement, and programmatic footprint. At present, there are 0 non-trust CARICOM nationals at the P5 level. Limited representation at the professional levels, including P4, P3, P2, and throughout. And I'm ashamed to say, approximately 8% of the overall representation in the Organization of American States falls to CARICOM. 8%. For a region deeply invested in this organization's legitimacy, this imbalance warrants deliberate and corrective attention. The Bahamas, therefore, will shortly propose a principled, merit-based, non-discriminatory approach to geographic representation grounded in international practice. We therefore look forward to collaboration with the General Secretariat and other member states. In a member state-driven institution, getting things done must mean delivering real and measurable inputs aligned with mandates, grounded in strategy, and subject to transparent oversight. Chair, the Bahamas remains committed to constructive engagement and institutional strengthening. We thank you and the Council for its kind attention.
Gracias.
Thank you. Ambassador, I offer the floor to Argentina. Thank you very much, esteemed Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for presenting this progress report from the beginning of his administration. It's a good practice to ask the leaders of this organization as to how things are evolving under their administration. I'd just like to bring up a few points. As is public knowledge, in some of our countries, there are questions about the functioning of multilateralism in general and the OAS in particular. For this reason, several member states have started an institutional modernization process within the organization so that the administration of resources is more efficient, more transparent, and greater accountability with respect to the OAS's ability to navigate challenges in our hemisphere. Argentina underscores the key role being played here to improve coordination between the various secretariats and departments. The goal is to increase institutional coherence, break down silos, facilitate processes, align resources with priorities of members, and execute mandates approved by members. It is key that the executive director can carry out those tasks with the full support of the SG and member states. Along those lines, we encourage accelerated implementation of the real estate strategy in the long term so that there is a framework to reinvest funds from the sale of real assets as well as other sources of funding such as rentals. All of this will allow us to be in a better position to diversify and expand the organization's sources of financing. It will also improve fundraising from states, but also the private sector, foundations, academia, among others. Another important point is that it's necessary to communicate clearly about the efforts to reduce spending and improve efficiency within the OAS. Our governments and taxpayers should receive a clear message and should not think that the OAS is living in a parallel reality. It's important to create accountability and measuring mechanisms in priority areas that yield concrete benefits for member states. Without a clear communication strategy that states in black and white what the efficiencies and benefits are for our countries, it will be very difficult for those of us who want to defend the fundamental importance of this organization. Lastly, but not least, the issue of human resources. As soon as possible, the Director of Human Resources will need to present a report on a new HR strategy that includes all of the topics that we have been discussing publicly within our meetings. I am concerned, or rather, the speaker corrects himself, these are of concern to members. We are the owners of this organization. Issues like consultants, the need for merit-based processes for staff members, a breakdown of silos, the issue of national offices, access to complete information for permanent representatives with respect to staff, salaries and responsibilities, and other key topics in that area. This is not to affect people's jobs. We're looking to ensure transparency and create a meritocracy. That's why we need to have access to this information that we've been asking for some time. And this will help us ensure that we have processes in place that strengthen the careers of those who work as staff for the OAS and who are an invaluable resource that help us fulfill all our mandates. My delegation is always available to meet bilaterally with the Secretary General, as we've done on many occasions, or any staff member of the OAS to continue exchanging ideas about all of these issues. We want the OAS to be relevant once again, and we all have a duty to fulfill that shared objective. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I now offer the floor to Canada. Thank you, Chair. Canada would like to thank the Secretary General for this report and would like to commend the efforts made in this regard. We'd also like to recognize all of the efforts deployed to improve governance, administration, and the strategic direction of the organization. We'd like to underscore 4 areas that need to be supported pursuant to the mandates entrusted to the Secretariat. First, it is key that we strengthen integration and coherence with our civil society work. A simplified, effective interface with civil society will help ensure that the viewpoints of the peoples of the Americas will be significantly reflected in our discussions and programs.
Canada underscores the importance of fully enabling the Executive Director's Office to carry out its responsibilities to support the Secretary General under the new organizational structure, including in budget formulation, financial oversight, and the administration of and an administrative coherence across the Secretary General. Coherent, transparent, and modern management of the General Secretariat are critical for Member States, the Secretary General, and the organization's ability to make well-informed decisions and maximize our limited resources. Third, we reiterate the need to expedite the sale of the Casa del Soldado and complete the sale of the Secretary General's former residence while maximizing financial returns. This is a necessary step toward long-term financial sustainability and the Council has a clear interest in ensuring that the process proceeds efficiently and transparently. Finally, Mr. Chair, we urge the General Secretariat to ensure that all committees are afforded full opportunity to address matters within their respective competencies, enabling them to duly advise the Permanent Council in accordance with the established procedures. Mr. Chair, Canada stands ready to support the Secretary-General's progress on these and other relevant issues. We remain committed to a modern, accountable, forward-looking organization equipped to meet today's demands and to uphold the principles and values that unite our hemisphere. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a usted, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. I offer the floor to Brazil.
Obrigado, presidente.
Thank you, sir. Brazil would like to thank the Secretary General for presenting his progress report and continues to be willing to contribute to efforts of modernizing and strengthening the OAS. Without prejudice to future comments about the report presented today, I'd like, if I may, to share quick thoughts from the Brazilian point of view. Today we have an opportunity, all of us in this organization, to put the OAS on the path of financial sustainability and efficiency institution, and also to increase its legitimacy. We want an organization with transparent working methods, inclusive decision-making, modern and efficient management, and with financial policies, with concrete results, with transparency and accountability. To that, it's important to work towards the strategic plan implementation and implement new mechanism for the management of mandates that allow us to align priorities with results and resources. It will also be important to make this in keeping with negotiations on the budget and the creation of new mandates. It would also be important to identify savings that can be made, new sources of income, and measures that would increase administrative efficiency and thereby guarantee the continued relevance of the organization. The OAS has proven itself to be useful in a number of areas, but given the reality of limited resources, we needed to be able to set priorities and make good use of the organization's comparative advantages. None of that will be possible, however, if the OAS is not preserved as a space for seeking consensus, cooperation, and dialogue to advance together in grappling with common challenges. By opposition to their use of imposing visions and legitimization of actions that are contrary to international law, multilateralism, or the principles enshrined in our charter. We want an OAS that is efficient, legitimate, and relevant. And to that, we have to have transparent processes and good management, but also leadership which is open to dialogue and constant consultation amongst all member states. Closed consultations, closed doors, and surprise initiatives create difficulties for all delegations in terms of preparing negotiations of decisive areas. That does not contribute toward working towards our goals. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for his efforts. He can count on our support in order to bring the organization to safe harbor. Thank you.
Gracias a usted, embajador. Y a continuación.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now I offer the floor to Costa Rica. Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo the words of thanks to the Secretary General for presenting this report. We feel that discussion for such as these are important for ongoing open and constructive dialogue between the Secretary General, and member states. This type of discussion ensures that that administration takes into account the political mandates of this organization. Institutional strengthening of the OAS must involve a balanced relationship between the strategic mission of the Secretariat and the political direction determined by member states. This applies to all areas of work of the Secretariat, the budget, administrative reforms, and modernization initiatives cannot be seen as isolated processes. They must be based on coordination on an ongoing basis with those who represent our governments and who sit at the table at the Permanent Council. This organization is not an individual effort. It is a collective exercise that is based on dialogue, consultation, and consensus. In this regard, we welcome the fact that the report focuses on transparency and accountability, which are essential principles for building trust between member states and the administration. But along with these principles, we must also focus on institutional co-responsibility. The General Secretariat executes and member states define the priorities and provide guidance through the mandates adopted here at the Council and at the General Assembly. We should also underscore the very important work of the committees and technical advisory bodies of those entities. I'd like to note the CAP, which was being chaired by Costa Rica and is now in the hands of our extremely capable colleague from Brazil, Ambassador Belli. All of this allows us to report on challenges and opportunities that are of course, very timely. They are also real opportunities for feedback, which will allow us to change course as needed. A structured dialogue with member states will help ensure that the program budget reflects that coordination that must exist between the Secretariat and the collective decisions of governments in member states. Costa Rica reiterates its willingness to always participate constructively in these discussions, whether formally or informally, because we firmly believe that the best way to strengthen the organization is through principles that we have discussed today, i.e., transparency, political coordination, and accountability on an ongoing basis among the member states that make up this organization. Thank you very much again, Secretary General. And as you mentioned, through you, we'd like to thank the entire team at the Secretariat. We are very appreciative of the valuable work that they do to support the technical coordination that is provided by the Secretariat to our member states and for creating opportunities to exchange experiences. You mentioned a range of pillars, and there are so many excellent examples of coordination. And my country, Costa Rica, supports the very important work being done by the Secretariat, and we wish you a great deal of success in future endeavors. You can count on the support of my country in that regard. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. I offer the floor to the Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Chair. Our delegation also thanks the Secretary General for presenting this report today on progress made since the start of his administration, and we appreciate his willingness to keep member states abreast of how the organization is being managed. We believe that these opportunities to share information help reinforce transparency and accountability, which are key features of good institutional governance and fostering trust. We take note of the progress made, and we recognize the importance of having a clear vision of the various phases of programs and projects under execution, as well as the next steps needed to optimize implementation thereof. This type of information is particularly relevant at a time when member states must soon approve a budget to respond realistically to the priorities, existing mandates, and operational capacities of the organization. There is also the Strategic Plan 2026-2030, which will be considered by member states very soon. We would also like to recognize and thank the Secretary General for all of the efforts made by the Secretariat to provide OAS support to find sustainable solutions to the crisis in Haiti. For the Dominican Republic, it is key that the organization continue contributing and working in close coordination with member states and relevant international stakeholders to bring stability and institutional strengthening to Haiti, to promote and protect security, democratic governance, and aid to the most vulnerable populations. Chair, we reiterate our willingness to continue supporting efforts to strengthen administrative and financial management of the OAS so that we have an organization that is more efficient, transparent, and results-oriented. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. I now offer the floor to St. Lucia.
Thank you, Chair. St. Lucia expresses its appreciation to Secretary General Ramdin for the presentation of the progress report on his administration. We thank the Secretary General for the transparency demonstrated in providing this update to the Permanent Council and for the continued commitment to keeping member states informed of the work of the General Secretariat. Even as we note the value of presenting this report within the formal framework of the Permanent Council, St. Lucia respectfully submits that the breadth and significance of the matters addressed would benefit from a more dedicated and structured exchange among all permanent representatives and the Secretary General. In that regard, St. Lucia implores that a special meeting be convened exclusively for permanent representatives to engage in an in-depth discussion on the progress report. Such a dialogue would allow delegations to seek clarification, offer constructive reflections, and explore areas where strengthened coordination may be required. It would also provide a timely opportunity to discuss the forward-looking work plan of the Secretary General, including strategic priorities, administrative reforms, resource allocation, and mechanisms to enhance efficiency, transparency, and impact. The challenges facing our hemisphere are complex and interconnected. They require a secretariat that is responsive, well-coordinated, and guided by a clear, articulated program of work. A focused exchange at the level of permanent representatives would strengthen collective ownership of that agenda and reinforce the partnership between member states and the General Secretariat. St. Lucia reaffirms its commitment to the constructive engagement and to supporting a secretariat that is accountable, effective, and aligned with the core pillars of our organization. We accordingly stand ready to participate in such a dedicated dialogue and to contribute meaningfully to shaping a coherent and results-oriented path forward. Thank you.
A usted por su...
Thank you for your statement, and I now give the floor to Colombia. Thank you, sir. We would like to thank the Secretary General for his presentation, and we value part of its efforts for accountability and promoting transparency in the organization. This kind of exercise allows member states to have access to relevant information in order to have a more in-depth understanding of the institution functioning, the challenges for implementing the mandates, and the work of the Secretariat. We'd also like to thank the Secretary General for sending the written version of this report so that we'll have an opportunity to go more in depth in those aspects addressed today and those areas that were not included in his oral presentation. Colombia would also ask that this exercise be repeated before the various committees of the Council and CD so that we can go into more depth in each of the issues under their jurisdiction and go into substantive discussions with states and have better follow-up of the progress in each area. These spaces and format will provide a more effective and complete space for timely questions to the Secretariat about the actions undertaken, resources used, and pending mandates, therefore strengthening synergies and the organization as a whole. Sir, Colombia would also like to express its recognition of the management of the Secretary General, especially for the efforts undertaken in the development of the roadmap for Haiti. We value his leadership and the promotion of dialogue, institutional strengthening, coordination of different international and national actors in order to support the Haitian people in its quest for stability and democracy. Also, we would like to highlight the sustained commitment of the Secretary General with the election observations and promotion of democracy throughout the hemisphere. We positively value the formal and informal spaces that have been provided by you and the Assistant Secretary General with delegations. We are convinced that institutional strengthening, transparency, cooperation, and dialogue are key for our organization to be able to more effectively respond to the common challenges and make relevant and consistent headway towards its goals and principles. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. I now give the floor to Peru. Thank you, sir. The delegation of Peru would also like to sincerely thank the Secretary General for his report on management and promoting transparent and clear demonstration of his ongoing commitment to member states and his efforts to improve the functioning of the OAS. Peru also endorses the proposals and initiatives of the other colleagues and permanent representatives with that end in mind. With regard to this, I'd like to reference two ideas, general ideas, if I may. The first is on the improvement of the OAS in the context in which we're currently discussing this. Peru believes that there are two conditions that need to be met in order to provide an appropriate framework for all the efforts being undertaken. The first condition is something we already discussed once with the Secretary General and some of my colleagues, and that condition is that any effort to improve the functioning, the streamlining, the budget of the OAS with support of member states needs to be focused in a central manner on what the role of the OAS will be in the future, the role in 1, 2, 3, 5 years from now. What will that be, especially in the current international context, which is complicated and which we all appreciate and study on a daily basis, especially in the region, but in the whole world too. So I think in that regard, we need to promote work as part of the various efforts of the OAS, promote work on defining the priorities of the organization as we see them from 2 years from now, 3 and 5 years from now, and then how we can jointly present that, all of us, to the Secretary General. What do we expect and what are we looking for from the OAS as a region, and what can be improved in terms of concrete results, effective action, ongoing presence, etc. I think that's something that might sound very general, but ultimately I think it's an important framework that needs to be defined for the efforts that we want to drive. Second condition, and here I think it's important, and the Secretary General said it, and my colleague from Argentina also said it, and sometimes it's not given the necessary priority, and that's communications. Now, why am I saying that? It's true that communications have improved a great deal for the Office of the Press, the Secretary General, press releases, dissemination of information about the OAS with regard to the important things it's doing. But I think there's what we're lacking is more in-depth work within our country. So what do I mean here? Clearly, it would seem that we as a country want to support the work of the OAS, but if our people start to understand the work of the OAS better, I think it might be very useful. When one goes to our own countries, we go to the people, not the people on a day-to-day basis, and they're not really involved, but let's say when we talk to people, say in university, the academic world, and we ask them, what do you know about the OAS? What does the OAS do? Generally speaking, people might answer, well, the OAS purpose is help democracy take root in a country, or electoral missions, help with elections. The OAS helps with grants. Those are three ideas that might generally describe, and those are the people who know more about these topics, who follow things more. So it occurred to me I think this is more a work of the OAS's national offices, the 26 offices we have at present. So, for example, and I'm just throwing this idea out, you could conduct a survey for academia and other sectors of the population which might know about it. What do you know about the role of the OAS in our country? Why is the OAS important? And then we get the first results from that survey. And then we could run the survey a year later, maybe, I'm not sure. But then in between the two surveys, we do some work about disseminating information, raising awareness about what it does. I've been involved in diplomacy for a couple of decades now, and I've seen, and I've said this to a few colleagues, I've been surprised by the topics managed by the OAS, and especially the topics, concrete issues that the OAS has been contributing to in an ambitious way, trying to improve the functioning of our governance, to improve performance in many different areas of our governments and economies. Many things that have been done. Many things have been done in my countries in the various pillars, democracy, hemispheric security, and the speaker was cut off, notes the interpreter.
Lo siento, señor embajador.
I apologize, says the chair. In any case, we have paid careful attention to what you're suggesting, and you could send that suggested in writing, and we will then distribute it to all member states. The Colombian representative is responding off mic. Thank you, says the chair, and I give the floor to Mexico. Thank you, sir. We, too, would like to thank the Secretary General for his report, and we'd like to express our willingness to support all those initiatives that strengthen the institution of the OAS with full attachment to its founding documents and charter and governing documents. We agree with the vision of the Secretary General to promote an OAS which is more consistent, disciplined, renewed, and mainly oriented towards results. An OAS which would be effective and close to the peoples in our hemisphere. As the fourth ranking contributor to the regular budget and one of the main contributors to specific funds amongst member states in the inter-American system as a whole, we support any financial management which is responsible, transparent, austere. That is not used very much in our statements, austere, and sustainable use of public resources contributed by our peoples. We advocate for measures of efficiency that would correct administrative inertia or mistakes without undermining the policy work, and that would make adjustments as necessary in order to optimize the structure in terms of costs and human resources policies, and aim capacity and budget and administrative efforts towards substantive goals of the organization. Mexico also supports a return to the workers and assets which would be accompanied by corrective financial action. And this would not be a rule for financing, but an exception to the rule. We also support administrative management and our willingness for the OAS to achieve financial sustainability, and with that, accountability to its people through our efforts. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to Panama. Thank you, sir. If I may, I'd like to start by extending cordial greetings to the Secretary General and welcome him and thank him for his presentation to the Permanent Council. I'd also like to thank him for his willingness to share with us member states the report on advances made by his administration. We appreciate his being here and his openness to speaking with the various bodies of our organization. Panama would also like to thank inclusion on this agenda of this regular session of the Permanent Council, the item on presenting the report on the Secretary General's progress. We believe that including this topic reaffirms the institutional commitment to transparency, accountability, and ongoing dialogue between the Secretary General and member states. The presentation provides us with an important opportunity to get a structured information on progress achieved in the first months of his administration, identify different directions and strategic plan that guides the work of the Secretariat. For Panama, this type of exercise strengthens the role of the Permanent Council as a central space for political deliberations within the OAS. It also contributes to the consolidation of a relationship based on trust, respect, and the respect of the jurisdiction of each body and shared responsibility in fulfilling the mandates adopted by member states. My delegation believes that this presentation should serve as a basis for a substantive, constructive exchange. Panama supports management that is results-oriented, focused on administrative efficiency, modernization of the institution, and strengthening of the four fundamental pillars of our organization: democracy, human rights, security, and integral development. Sir, distinguished colleagues, in that regard, Panama encourages the shared information to allow us to promote visibility of the progress achieved, but also to identify those areas that could be improved in order to strengthening the organization's capacity in order to effectively meet the needs and priorities of our people. Panama reaffirms its willingness to support efforts geared to strengthening institutions, optimizing management, and making the organization more effective, transparent, and closer to the member states. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ambassador. And now we will hear from Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank the Secretary General for the information provided. We very much value the efforts undertaken to promote renewed leadership in the organization, and integral leadership, not just in terms of his function, but also the Assistant Secretary General, which was renewed last year. Chile shares the importance of strengthening internally the OAS as a condition to make progress with our hemispheric agenda towards peace and prosperity. In that context, we'd like to underscore the need, as other delegations have done, to have, as soon as possible, with a strategic framework for 2026 to 2030, which would make it possible to consistently coordinate the many initiatives of the organization currently underway. Many of them are worthwhile and necessary in and of themselves. However, their institutional impact will depend about the appropriate integration and prioritization. Politically speaking, we value, as was also indicated earlier by Colombia, the emphasis on Haiti and continuity of instruments such as the observation missions for elections and the special mission in Guatemala. However, in the current context, we need clear definitions with regard to how the organization will project its action in complex situations such as Venezuela or other democratic challenges in the hemisphere. In an international environment marked by geopolitical tension, financial restrictions, and growing questions around multilateralism, consolidation of an institutional clear strategy is not just desirable, but necessary to strengthen the legitimacy and effectiveness of the main political forum of the hemisphere. We would all love to have the financial resources, but that reality is different, and we have to deal with it. With a view to the 80th anniversary of the organization 2020, we would like to see the OAS reaching that date with an efficient, modern structure which is financially sustainable with a shared roadmap to support it. We reiterate our availability to contribute constructively to reach that goal. Thank you, sir.
Embajador,
Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished Secretary General and distinguished permanent representatives, Assistant Secretary General, colleagues, alternates, good afternoon. The delegation of Jamaica thanks the Secretary General for his comprehensive progress report on the work undertaken since assuming office as Secretary General of the Organization of American States. We note with appreciation his efforts to realign the priorities of the organization in keeping with its four foundational pillars: democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, and integral development. We recognize that this recalibration is both timely and necessary to ensure that the OAS remains responsive, effective, and fit for purpose in addressing the complex challenges confronting our hemisphere. We further acknowledge the convening of several high-level meetings and engagements aimed at strengthening dialogue, fostering cooperation, and reinforcing multilateralism within the inter-American system. In this regard, we commend the focused attention given to the situation in Haiti. Jamaica welcomes the reinvigoration of the Group of Friends of Haiti and the establishment of a clear and actionable roadmap to guide coordinated efforts. We also note the organization's support for the relevant resolution establishing the Gang Suppression Force as an important step toward restoring security and stability in Haiti. The urgency of the situation demands sustained and collective action, and Jamaica remains committed to working with partners in support of a Haitian-led solution. The delegation of Jamaica also wishes to express appreciation for the new administrative measures introduced under your leadership, strengthen governance and efforts to strengthen national offices, enhance transparency, and improved operational efficiency are critical to restoring confidence and ensuring that the organization delivers tangible results for member states. We look forward to the implementation of the forthcoming strategic plan and the continued efforts aimed at improving the financial health and sustainability of the organization. We wish to emphasize that sound financial management and predictability of resources will be essential to advancing the mandates entrusted to the OAS by its member states. In closing, the delegation of Jamaica reiterates its steadfast support and for the work of the Organization of American States and reaffirms our commitment to constructive engagement in pursuit of a more secure, democratic, and prosperous hemisphere. Mr. Chair, I thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor now to the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for your presentation of your report. We recognize the seriousness which you have addressed the institutional and financial challenges before this organization. The report reflects many of the organization priorities consistently raised by member states, including the United States. However, it is imperative that the expediency of action becomes immediately evident. Diagnosis must be followed by implementation. The credibility of this body depends not only on the thoughtful reporting, but on decisive and timely reform. Transparency must also be strengthened. We support the distribution of detailed monthly financial reports to all member states, clearly outlining expenditures, compared to approved budgets, and ideally including comparisons to prior fiscal year. Such reporting will enhance accountability, reinforce trust, and enable responsible oversight of the organization's resources. We also echo the comments of fellow member states regarding governance. The executive director must be fully empowered to carry out his responsibilities. He should have unilateral authority to execute the majority of decisions necessary to fulfill his mandate, without the need to seek prior authorization for routine operational matters. Clear authority paired with clear accountability will ensure efficiency and effectiveness. Finally, we must underscore the importance of the development pillar. Sustainable development is essential to democratic stability and regional security. It must receive, at minimum, equal allocation of resources and funding compared to any other pillar of the organization. And in closing, we'd like to thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for your continued support and engagement regarding Haiti, particularly your work advancing the Standing Group of Partners. We appreciate the collaboration among member states to bring meaningful support to the people of Haiti during this critical time. Our shared commitment to stability, humanitarian assistance, and long-term recovery reflects the very purpose of this organization. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to Uruguay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we'd also like to thank the Secretary General for the report. We would also like to acknowledge the effort undertaken by the Secretary General to promote ongoing dialogue through different ways, bilaterally and through the different regional groups, as well at the level of ministers and ministers of foreign affairs. We believe that the OAS should recover its role and relevance as a regional forum, a political forum, and to that end, what's needed is administrative management efficiency. And in that regard, we support the different statements of delegations today, and we support the progress achieved in management already, such as management of assets and return of OAS staff as a whole, return to work. We also believe that we need to focus on our priorities, the organization's priorities that we all define together. And in that regard, we think that in the months ahead are clear, especially to define a strategic plan so we have a clear direction and so we can define those areas which will be strategically important that we're going to strengthen between now and the year 2030. For Uruguay, defense of democracy, protection of human rights, plural, respectful political dialogue, and work on the development path are all substantive issues which are key. Of course, addressing a new regional scenario matters, and also adopting a roadmap for Haiti are also important and need to be included in that strategy. Finally, well, we would advocate for those lines of work and to support the efforts of the Assistant Secretary General for a clear role to be given to the national offices so they can work together with countries to develop a national plan. And then, as I said at the Assembly, so that we can strengthen administration, budget management, and the strategic plan. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And I now ask for the floor for more comments, all statements. I now give the floor to the Secretary General for the same amount of time as each one had, 5 minutes.
And I want to first of all thank all member states for the responses they have provided, for the input they have given, for the guidance, but also for the understanding. I want to also share with you that we always remain ready to engage, and I think the proposal made by the representative from St. Lucia is a valuable one to have an open, frank discussion, because there are many more issues which I'd like to highlight in a more informal setting. I think that's a better. So I'm at any point in time, 6 o'clock in the morning, ready to engage. Of course, not alone. I would like to say that with regard to the executive director's function, the ED and I work very closely. Every week we sit down and go through many, many issues. There are many strategic issues outlined there. I didn't mention that, maybe all. The better use of our real estate, the return to office policy and the auditing of that, the issue of outsourcing, and with that saving of cost in terms of location of work, IT improvements, reporting on the finances, whereby member states would have the opportunity to go online and see the expenses in certain details. So all of that is in the planning, and then I have asked him to do a couple of other things, which are the financial processes and the human resource processes, to be more efficiently organized so that we can save money there as well. So we have, and his functions remain authoritative, and one of them is, for instance, on the sale of the Casa de Soldado and the premises of the Secretary General, that is the previous Secretary General, to be precise. I want to update you on that because a couple of ambassadors raised that, and I want to make sure that we provide you immediately with information because we work on it, as we promised. I delegated the authority for the sale to the Secretary General, to the Executive Director. And he is reporting to me just a couple of minutes ago, as I asked him, that we are in a process of receiving escrow deposits for the house and the lot of land. We are under contract for the residence and the attached lot, so that is already progress. We are on the contract. So we are receiving now the escrow deposits, and the closing is set for 30 days out. So within 30 days, one part of the real estate will be sold. And then with respect to the, as we popularly call it, the pink house, different options are being reviewed simply because the offers that came in so far are not at the level as we would expect them originally to be. So we have to be responsible in that sense as well, that we not just sell, but that we sell for a price which is reasonable as well. And that is what we are looking at. But the house is, and the lot of land is on the contract. I just wanted to give you the information. We're working. There's nothing that we're not doing. But sometimes it takes time. With regard, and I want to make it very clear, for me, all senior staff members, leadership, from the Assistant Secretary General to the secretaries, the legal secretariat, and the executive director form one unit. That's why we have cabinet meetings. And we try to be coherent in our actions so that there is no misunderstanding. So in that sense, the executive director has equal opportunity to participate and direct the process. And he's doing that. So I'm very satisfied with that. So I just wanted to make sure that we are on the same page there. With regard to budget discussions, I want to suggest that maybe it's good, because then you will understand possibly my spiel on it a little bit more, is that we look at two reports again to understand where we're coming from. The audit committee report, which speaks about that the OAS is not on a sound equal footing. We manage money well, but we are not on a sound equal footing in terms of executing the mandates. That is not me saying that, that is the audit committee saying that, the experts. Secondly, it would be good to take a look at what the A&M report. I know that has not been adopted as a guideline, but I think it's important to look at it because it has valuable information. A lot of money has been spent on that, and I think it will be rather inefficient not to look at that report. We are guided by that as well. In terms of that, this came up as well, our presentation of the strategic plan, there are three areas which are related to each other. We had our internal meeting last week, the strategic plan, the mandate management, and the budget 27. You will see that alignment. And I can tell you one thing, the strategic plan aligns to the 4 pillars of the Organization for American States: security, democracy, human rights, development. And you will see that that is translated in a vision that goes to building unity, more connectivity, and a peace and a prosperity agenda. So we have that. I have repeated that many times. You will see it now much more fine-tuned. Last point is just to avoid any misunderstanding. The annual report is a mandatory report. We will, as usual, present that. This is a report of the Secretary General to update you on where we are, which I am happy to do every 6 months. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to present an annual report. That's mandatory. That will happen. So I think I wanted to respond to these. There are other many issues which we need to talk about, but as I said, I think the proposal, as many have indicated, more discussions informally will help us. And I recognize that the hemisphere is diverse. There are different opinions, there are different interests and needs, and we have to respect all of them. This is how we operate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to all for the opportunity.
Gracias, Secretario General, por su informe y por compartir.
Well, we'll say
Thank
thank you
you
for keeping track.
very much. And Thank you again for that update on the first 9 months of your administration and the strategic direction of the General Secretariat. The Permanent Council takes due note of the report and all of the comments by member states. And we look forward to continuing this type of exercise so that we can strengthen ongoing dialogue, institutional strengthening, as well as discussion with the political bodies of this organization. Now, as was mentioned, there were requests by various member states to receive this report, and we would kindly ask the Secretary General to submit the report to the chair, and we will take it upon ourselves to distribute it to all member states. Moving now to item 3, and in response to a request from the delegations of Peru, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay, and pursuant to mandates in resolutions 3003 and 3028 of the General Assembly, we now move to our commemoration of Rare Disease Day, which took place on February 28th. To begin this commemoration, I am pleased to welcome the permanent representative of Peru. Sir, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. The delegation of Peru would like to express its thanks to the Chair of the Permanent Council for welcoming this initiative, which is co-sponsored by the countries that you just mentioned, to commemorate Rare Disease Day within our organization. This is a cause that affects not only our health systems, but also our societies as a whole. Commemoration of this date recalls that promoting and protecting human rights is especially important for rare circumstances that nonetheless have a major impact on individuals and their families. Since 2021, at the initiative of my country, we have been promoting awareness of these rare diseases, which are not only a medical issue, they are also closely related to the exercise of human rights. According to the WHO, there are over 7,000 rare diseases in the world that have been identified, and that affects some 300 million people. Over 70% of these emerge in childhood, and sadly, 95% of these diseases do not have specific medical treatment. Although each disease impacts a small number of people, the aggregate effect is a structural problem for health systems and ensuring full exercise of rights. The WHO in 2022 worked to improve standardization of rare diseases, defined as affecting 1 out of every 2,000 people. Recently, a resolution was adopted to recognize rare diseases as a health priority worldwide and is working to develop a global action plan for 2028. This renewed impetus is putting this issue on the global agenda and encouraging cooperation among our states. At the regional level, Latin America and the Caribbean share challenges that have gained visibility, such as the Congress on Rare Diseases of the Caribbean and Latin America, held in 2024. There are gaps in diagnosis that occur in various countries. There are disparities and approval for medications to treat orphan diseases. And there's also a need for specialists and referral centers. There's also a need to strengthen registers of patients, improve quality of decisions to make health decisions, and to help formulate public policies in this area. In my country in recent years, progress has been made institutionally and in terms of regulations. We now have a registry that works to systematize key information for health officials. In March of 2025, a law was adopted that declares rare diseases as an issue of national interest, and it establishes a clearer framework to address this. Chair, the commemoration today seeks to provide an opportunity for collective reflection and to disseminate information about progress and challenges and to reaffirm the importance of this issue in the Inter-American framework, given its cross-cutting nature and its impact on the exercise of fundamental rights. At this session, we will have the honor to hear from Dr. Anselm Hannes of the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases and Mental Health of PAHO. His technical work, or rather the organization's technical work, is key for our region. We will also hear from Dr. Fernando Morales and two other speakers from the Rare and Orphan Diseases Clinic of the San Juan de Dios Hospital of Costa Rica, and they will speak to us about progress and challenges as well. Finally, the delegation of Peru thanks all panelists, including PAHO and the delegation of Costa Rica, for making available all of this knowledge and experience within our council. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Ambassador Coronado, and thank you for your delegation, for your support and commitment to commemorating this date and promoting the rights of people living with rare diseases. I will now ask the Secretariat to please show us the video where we will hear a statement by Dr. Anselm Hannes of the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases and Mental Health of PAHO. If you could please show the video.
Chair, distinguished ambassadors and permanent representatives, colleagues from the Organization of American States, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to address the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States on World Rare Disease Day. Today, I invite us to reflect not only on rare diseases as a health issue, but as a matter of rights, the right to health, education, work, social participation, and a life free from stigma and discrimination. Rare diseases are often described as conditions affecting fewer than 1 in 2,000 people. Yet taken together, there are more than 7,000 rare diseases worldwide, affecting over 300 million people globally, including an estimated 40 to 50 million people in Latin America and the Caribbean. Importantly, definitions of rare diseases vary across countries, including within the region of the Americas. This variation creates additional challenges for data collection, diagnosis, follow-up, and the development of coherent public policies and patient registries. This year's commemoration is particularly significant. In May 2025, member states of the World Health Organization adopted a landmark resolution recognizing rare diseases as a global health priority for equity and inclusion, and called on countries to integrate rare diseases into national health planning and universal health coverage. This milestone builds on earlier international commitments, including the United Nations General Assembly resolution on addressing the challenges of persons living with a rare disease and their families, which frames rare diseases within a broader rights and sustainable development agenda covering health, education, decent work, and the elimination of discrimination and stigma. Distinguished ambassadors, for people living with rare diseases in the Americas, the greatest obstacles are often structural, embedded in the way health systems and societies are organized. One of the most widely recognized challenges is the diagnostic odyssey, long and uncertain journeys to obtain an accurate diagnosis, frequently involving multiple referrals, repeated testing, and years of delay. These delays have profound consequences, not only for health outcomes, but also for families' emotional, social, and economic well-being. Even after diagnosis, many people face serious barriers to treatment and care. For many rare diseases, effective treatments do not yet exist, reflecting persistent gaps in research and development. Where treatments are available, their high costs and unequal availability within and among countries often place them beyond reach. These challenges are compounded by the scarcity of specialized services and the limited availability of trained health professionals, particularly outside major urban centers, leaving many families without timely referral pathways or coordinated care. These barriers are fundamentally issues of equity. There is a close and direct relationship between health equity and access to healthcare. Ensuring access to appropriate, timely, and affordable health services is indispensable for achieving health equity for people living with rare diseases. Without access to care, equity remains unattainable in practice. Beyond the right to health, rare diseases also affect the full enjoyment of the right to education and the right to work. The UN resolution recognizes that persons living with a rare disease may face barriers that hinder their full participation in society. Many people living with rare diseases often live with disabilities or impairments, which can further amplify obstacles in health services, schooling, and employment, especially where accessibility and reasonable accommodations are lacking. As a result, rare diseases can limit educational trajectories, employment opportunities, and economic security, undermining the ability of individuals and families to fully exercise their rights. Gender inequities further compound these challenges. Women and girls often face greater barriers in access to care, and rare diseases can intersect with existing patterns of discrimination and exclusion. At the same time, when a family member lives with a rare disease, the primary caregiver role is most often assumed by women, frequently without remuneration, adequate social protection, or recognition. This unpaid caregiving burden has lasting consequences for women's health, economic participation, and social inclusion. Finally, we must name what too often remains invisible: stigma, discrimination, and marginalization. People living with rare diseases and their families frequently experience social isolation, stigmatization, and limited opportunities for inclusion, challenges that are often intensified by lack of public awareness and insufficient policy responses. Addressing stigma and discrimination is therefore essential to ensuring dignity, inclusion, and equal opportunity. For the Pan American Health Organization, these commitments align closely with the values and objectives of the Inter-American System. As a specialized health agency of the Americas, PAHO is committed to supporting countries in translating global commitments into concrete national and regional action. In line with the WHO resolution, PAHO will continue working with member states to integrate rare diseases into national health planning, strengthen primary health care and referral systems, advance universal health coverage, promote data systems and registries, support mental health and psychosocial care, and foster regional collaboration and networks of expertise. PAHO stands ready to provide technical cooperation and implementation support to ensure that the forthcoming 10-year Global Action Plan on Rare Diseases responds to the realities and priorities of the Americas. Distinguished ambassadors, World Rare Disease Day was created in 2008 by Eurordis, Rare Diseases Europe, together with its Council of National Alliances, and has since grown into a globally coordinated patient-led movement supported by organizations in more than 100 countries. This collective effort reminds us that equity in health is not achieved by focusing only on the majority, but by ensuring that systems respond to those whose needs are most complex and most often overlooked. On this World Rare Disease Day, PAHO reaffirms its commitment to work with OAS member states, civil society, patient organizations, academia, and international partners to turn these commitments into meaningful change for people living with rare diseases and their families across the Americas. Together, let us ensure that rarity is never a barrier to dignity, care, education, decent work, or social inclusion, and that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We'd also like to thank the delegation of Peru for providing that video. There are now 3 health professionals that will take the floor. They are all from the Rare and Orphan Diseases Clinic of the San Juan de Dios Hospital of Costa Rica. I will now give the floor to Ambassador Alejandra Solano to introduce this. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the permanent representation of Peru, especially Ambassador Coronado, for facilitating all of this. This will help keep alive the commemoration of a very important day in the Americas. And I would also like to thank Dr. Hennis, Director of the Department of NCDs and Mental Health of PAHO. On this topic and many others having to do with mental health, he's been a great partner and ally of the OAS Permanent Council. Just to frame what we're going to hear in the video, World Rare Disease Day is an opportunity that reminds us that behind every number, there are people, there are families that face significant barriers to accessing diagnosis and treatments. We will hear testimonials from victims, and I'm very grateful to Gloria for the testimonial that we heard from her family and son. This is a theme that is very closely linked to the human rights agenda and strengthening information systems, institutional strengthening, and we are also celebrating International Women's Day today. And there's also a gender perspective to the rare disease issue. Costa Rica also coordinates the group for people with disabilities, and it's important to incorporate them and all of these groups into public policies. I would also like to thank the doctors and specialists mentioned by Peru, our distinguished doctors working on this issue every day at the Rare and Orphan Diseases Clinic of San Juan de Dios in hospital in Costa Rica. They are online, and in the video you will hear about their national experience and their efforts to provide care and to protect the rights of people suffering from rare diseases. And we will especially hear about how this has impacted children. We are extremely grateful for their work and for being here virtually to join us on this very important day. We will now see the video. The Rare and Orphan Diseases Clinic of this hospital was created to provide continuity to care for patients. Those diagnosed upon birth with rare diseases, mainly genetic diseases. Later on, in 2024, we saw that there was a need to help patients that had diseases that no one really specialized in. These are orphan diseases, again, mainly due to genetic causes, but they're not often within the scope of many specialists. As the clinic has evolved, we have provided care for over 700 patients. We have become a multidisciplinary clinic. We have internal medicine specialists, we have a pediatrician, and we also have other specialists dealing mainly with childhood diseases. We also have an expert in genetic engineering. We have a psychiatrist on site, which also helps to address mental health issues. We have a social worker that provides assistance to patients to help them navigate the whole healthcare system. We also have nutritionists, which is important because many of these diseases require very strict management and other requirements. It also allows us to provide care to the patients themselves, but also to help their families, their family units. So it's very personalized care based on their needs and requests. So there's the medical component, but also a social and a spiritual one. At our clinic in pediatrics, we deal with children up to 22 years of age. They often come from the children's hospital. And we, in the clinic, help with this transition process. And we help provide care and address their needs. We also address other complications that may result from these diseases. We also provide tools that help them navigate our clinic, which is a little bit different from other hospitals. We have consultations on Fridays, and we gain information about the disease, the patient's family unit, if they go to school, what their academic performance is like, and we are able to address all of those different needs. We can also provide assistance to patients who may have other disabilities, whether those be physical or mental. Some children have psychiatric issues, so we can provide them with psychiatric care. Others have learning or language difficulties, and we can also provide support, whether this is through medication or through some kind of educational support. The clinic has been working on clinical and genetic diagnosis. We have identified close to 200 different diseases. Many of these are metabolic diseases, but they have other origins as well. We have identified 21 different genetic syndromes that we find throughout the country and the region. This shows that there's still a gap when it comes to knowledge of rare diseases in our region. We have also started clinical practice and research. This allows us to better address this gap in diagnosis. We are also working to sequence the genetic components of some of these diseases. We have also developed diagnoses that have been reported on in international journals, and this has helped us start to close those diagnostic gaps and help the population at large. We have also worked to coordinate with the Social Security system to help the people of Costa Rica. And we also receive support from the Children's Hospital, and we're able to carry out genetic testing for patients who need it. Thank you very much. Allow me now to offer the floor to delegations who wish to speak. St. Kitts and Nevis.
Excellencies, distinguished panelists, colleagues, St. Kitts and Nevis is honored to speak in its own capacity and on behalf of CARICOM states on this commemoration of Rare Disease Day, a reminder that behind every statistic is a person, a family, and a community navigating often complex and lifelong challenges which are not solely medical but span the gamut of fundamental human rights, the rights to health, education, work, social protection, and full participation in society. We therefore welcome the continued attention to rare diseases within the Inter-American system, including the relevant mandates of the General Assembly, as well as global frameworks, such as United Nations General Assembly Resolution 76, paragraph 132, and World Health Assembly Resolution 78, paragraph 11, which recognize rare diseases as a global health priority and call for coordinated action. For St. Kitts and Nevis and CARICOM states, the situation presents both constraints and opportunities. Our populations are small, and the number of documented rare disease cases remains comparatively limited. Notwithstanding, we acknowledge that low numbers may reflect underdiagnosis, limited access to specialist services, and the fact that some citizens seek diagnosis and treatment overseas. In this context, strengthening the overall resilience and equity of our health system is central to ensuring that persons living with rare diseases are not left behind. In St. Kitts and Nevis, our national focus has been strongly shaped by the heavy burden of non-communicable diseases, leading to the adoption of a national policy and action plan for the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, 2013 to 2017, and subsequently a national multi-sectoral plan of action for the prevention, control, and management of NCDs. While these and other far-reaching measures are not rare disease specific, they are foundational. Strong primary health care, improved surveillance, better risk factor control, and integrated chronic disease management create a platform that benefits persons living with complex and rare conditions. In parallel, St. Kitts and Nevis is working with technical support from PAHO and regional academic partners toward the establishment of a national health insurance scheme to ensure universal access to a defined package of essential services, including NCD care. This reform is intended to reduce financial burdens and catastrophic health expenditure, a critical consideration for families facing prolonged and high-cost treatment. Our social protection architecture, including benefits administered through the National Social Security Fund, provides disability, maternity, child, and survivor benefits that help mitigate socioeconomic impacts on affected households. From a human rights perspective, CARICOM states are determined that no one should be disadvantaged because their condition is rare, difficult to diagnose, or poorly understood. For small states such as ours, cooperation is indispensable. We may not be able to independently provide the full range of specialized diagnostics and therapies required for more than 6,000 identified rare diseases. So we rely on partnerships within the OAS, PAHO, and CARICOM for referral pathways, telemedicine, access to orphan medications, and data sharing mechanisms that respect privacy and ethical standards. Our limitations do not diminish our resolve. We yearn to bring relief, to impel cures and healing, and to support not only those who suffer, but also the families and caregivers who stand with them, often as the first and most constant line of care. Rare diseases may be rare individually, but the human dignity at stake is universal. On this Rare Disease Day, St. Kitts and Nevis and CARICOM states reaffirm our commitment to building inclusive, resilient health and social systems that serve all people, including those living with rare diseases. We stand ready to continue working with fellow member states and partners to ensure that equity, dignity, and human rights remain at the center of our collective response. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias a usted, embajadora.
Thank you, ma'am. I now give the floor to Mexico. Thank you very much, sir. Mexico appreciates the inclusion of this item on the agenda, as well as the very worthwhile contributions of the panelists. And we reaffirm our solidarity and commitment to all people who live with a rare disease and with their families. For the government of Mexico, health is one of the public policies, and it's a social and cultural process that not just deals with illness, but also physical, mental, and social well-being. This holistic vision commits us to the human right for access to health care for all people without discrimination, including those that live with a rare disease. International evidence shows that between 70 and 80% of these diseases are genetic in origin, and a significant proportion start at birth or express themselves in the first years of life. That is why Mexico highlights the neonatal care as a major preventative intervention to prevent metabolic or identify metabolic and congenital disease. Neonatal care is one of the public health care interventions with the greatest scope in the country to protect the health of recently born children. We saw this applied to 85% of births, and we reached a coverage rate of 1.2 million newborns. Since 2003, the law on healthcare defines medications for orphans as those that are for diagnosis, prevention, or treatment of rare diseases that are recognized by the country, and also includes those that are recognized by international bodies, of which the Mexican state belongs. In June of that same year, Mexico recognizes rare diseases included in the international classification of diseases defined by the WHO. We also would highlight that in last February, we celebrated the 6th International Symposium dedicated to rare diseases, organized by the Mexican Network of Rare Diseases, the International Laboratory on Research into the Human Genome from the Autonomous University of Mexico, and collaboration with very rare diseases in the Caribbean. This is available online for your consultation, and we can also send the link so that you can have access to it. Mexico reaffirms its willingness to continue strengthening regional cooperation and the exchange of experiences, evidence, and good practices, with the view to making progress toward more inclusive healthcare systems that are able to, in a timely way, identify these existences and provide a dignified life without discrimination and holistic care for those people that live with rare diseases as well as their families. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ambassador of Mexico, for that statement. I now give the floor to Uruguay. Thank you, sir. Uruguay would like to thank Peru for this initiative to include this item on our agenda along with the International Day of Rare Diseases. Our country has been pleased to co-sponsor. Rare diseases affect more than 300 million people in the world as a whole, and it's estimated between 3 and 8% of the world population live with one of these conditions, many of which are genetic in origin and start in childhood. Our region has promoted timely diagnosis and trustworthy care, and these diseases tend to deepen inequalities and create issues for the families caring for them. In Uruguay, recent studies have shown that the families themselves call for the diagnosis and prolonged delays in identifying disease and many consultations with specialists, a lack of coordination between services, and a significant economic burden. To that, we add the need for strengthening specific information on these health conditions and proactive tools such as genomic medicine, available depending on the socioeconomic level of the residency. Given these difficulties, Uruguay has been developing a comprehensive approach to rare diseases, their genital effects that impacts health with the rights view. Amongst the progress made, we'd like to highlight the following. The neonatal research program, which started in 2007, and since then it has managed to identify more than 760 cases of rare diseases. The existence of a national reference center on congenital effects and rare diseases, which currently assists some 200,000 people with more than 500 consultations in the last year. The Center on Rare Disease provides integration of high-cost care, which is covered by the National Fund of Resources. In February, the government announced the establishment of an interinstitutional roundtable on rare diseases with academia, civil society participating in order to make progress in a comprehensive approach to these diseases and to improve the care. In addition to health care, Uruguay, through the Bank of Social Provisions provides extraordinary financial resources for rehabilitation, psychological, physical therapy, cost of transport, all of which is covered to the healthcare centers. We also facilitated to prosthesis, audophones, hearing, and visual aids. Uruguay believes that the challenges that people with rare diseases have to grapple with go beyond health. It's about guaranteeing the exercise of fundamental rights, the right to education, work, social protection, and dignified life. In that regard, we value the efforts underway at the global level to develop an integral plan of action on rare diseases. In this regard, regional cooperation is key to share good practices, promote normative frameworks, and make advances in the information system, which are interoperable, that make it possible for better planning of public policies. Finally, we'd like to commemorate this day, calling for continuation of sustained efforts to bring about effective and action in solidarity with those people who have to grapple with these rare diseases, as well as those who care for them. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to Colombia. Thank you, sir. We would like to thank the Permanent Mission of Peru for proposing this item on our agenda and the panelists that accompanied us. Colombia supported this initiative because we are convinced of the importance of maintaining this space of hemispheric reflection in the context of the International Day on Rare Diseases. Rare diseases are not just a challenge for healthcare, but also an issue for human development that has a direct impact on the effective exercise of rights, social inclusion, and equal opportunity, especially for women, boys and girls, and persons who are vulnerable. Our country has a normative framework which is sound, led by a law of 2010 and Law 1438 from 2008 that recognizes people with rare disease and orphans as people requiring special protection and declare this as a transnational issue. This legal framework guarantees access to health care, treatment, and rehabilitation. Currently, more than 104,000 people have rare diseases and are officially recognized in Colombia. Of them, 57% are women, and a significant proportion are economically active in age. This means, as a region, we need to make a special effort with an inclusive approach throughout the lifespan in an intersectoral manner in order to design public policies. At the national level, we have made important progress. We would highlight consolidation of the National Registry of Persons with Disease and Orphans to strengthen quality and availability of information for decision-making. We also made headway in implementing the National Plan for Managing Orphans, the classification of reference centers, strengthening neonatal basic care, provision of medication and healthcare technologies, and incorporation of specific medication for public health for 2022 to 2031. All of this in the context of primary education, healthcare. However, there are still relevant challenges. They include demographic barriers, difficult of access to specialized services, and a robust negotiation and financial sustainability to guarantee timely and equitable access to healthcare technologies. In this context, Colombia values the global drive recently reflected in the WHO resolution of the world that recognizes that rare diseases are a priority for world health care for equity. Our country will actively participate in crafting the Integral Action Plan for 2028. We believe that the region of the Americas has a strategic opportunity to contribute to that global process through the exchange of good practices, strengthening of technical cooperation, and the promotion of integral and solidary approaches. Sir, Colombia reaffirms its commitment to responses based on people, centered on people, based on human rights that guarantees dignity, inclusion, and effective access to health for those that live with rare diseases and their families. Thank you. Thank you. I now give the floor to Chile. Thank you very much, sir. Chile would like to thank you for holding this session, and especially to Peru for this initiative. We take note of the panelists' presentation that recall the importance an urgency of making more visible rare diseases and the people that live with them. These diseases are a huge challenge for healthcare and for our democracies. For their low frequency, very often they become invisible or put off. This gap between the need and institutional response is not neutral. It has specific consequences in the lives of people. When access to treatment is key and it's conditioned by economic factors and not the right to access to healthcare, or when the system is not prepared for diagnosing in a timely manner, gaps are created that undermine the effective exercise of this right, the right to information, to preventing people from having a diagnosis, and social protection. Grappling with this reality is a moral imperative and a question of rights, and it requires public policies that confirm that no one is less than because they live with a disease that is less frequent. Due to the constant effort of families and patients' organizations, Chile has made progress in this area. It is they who set up and put it on the public agenda, recalling that public policy is not abstract. There's a history, urgency, and real consequences. This drive has allowed us to make significant progress. In 2015, we enacted a law known as Ricarte Soto. It created a system for financial protection for diagnosis and high-cost treatments to reduce the financial burden of thousands of families. Recently, in 2025, we enacted a law on less frequent or rare orphan diseases, for the first time creating a specific normative framework in this area. This legislation includes a national state where there's a register of patients and recognizes the associations in designing public policy to promote mechanisms to facilitate access to high-cost therapies. To that, we would end the historical expansion of neonatal research, which has gone from detecting 2 to 26 conditions affecting newborns, from the beginning of life to the end. However, these are not resolved just with national resources. The complexity and the high cost of the treatments require international cooperation and solidarity that transcends borders at the hemispheric level. From the Executive Committee of the OAS, Chile promoted in 2024 regional mechanisms of purchases, joint purchases of high-cost medication to grapple with the high value and cost of these diseases' treatment, which is a burden that no state or family could assume or should assume alone. Multilaterally, the recent World Health Organization resolution that's driving global action and comprehensive action towards 2020 opens an opportunity to strengthen that cooperation. And finally, sir, we cannot ignore the gender dimension. When there is a rare disease in one family, it's usually the women that take on the burden of care. This is connected with these conditions. It means we need to also recognize the invisible and non-paid work of millions of women who are caretakers and work towards shared effective responsibility socially. The true measure of a democracy is seen in how it protects the minorities. A society that protects those with rare diseases and that recognizes the value of care is a society that is making progress towards inclusion, equity, and dignity for all. Thank you, sir. Ambassador Pascual, I now give the floor to Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Laura Hill, distinguished permanent representatives, alternates, observer states, and members of the Secretariat. Today, the delegation of Jamaica joins in commemorating Rare Disease Day and to lend our voice in solidarity with the millions of individuals and families across the Americas who are affected by rare diseases. Rare diseases, while individually uncommon, collectively impact an estimated 300 million people worldwide. In our hemisphere, countless families confront daily challenges in securing timely diagnosis, accessing specialized treatment, and obtaining adequate social support. Too often, patients endure years of uncertainty before receiving a diagnosis. Too often, families face financial strain and social stigma in navigating care pathways that are not designed with rare conditions in mind. For small island developing states such as Jamaica, these challenges are compounded by limited specialized services, small patient populations, and high costs associated with diagnostics, medicines, and assistive technologies. This reality underscores the importance of regional solidarity and multilateral cooperation. Jamaica has taken national steps to address the needs of persons living with rare diseases. Through our National Health Fund and public health system, we provide subsidized access to selected high-cost medications and diagnostic services. Jamaica has also taken steps aimed at strengthening newborn screening programs to facilitate early detection of certain congenital and metabolic disorders, thereby improving long-term outcomes. Additionally, partnerships with the University of the West Indies and other research institutions have supported training, data collection, and increased awareness among healthcare professionals. Equally important has been the role of civil society. Patient advocacy groups in Jamaica and across the Caribbean have been instrumental in raising awareness, reducing stigma, and ensuring that the voices of persons living with rare diseases inform policy discussions. Their courage and resilience inspire us all. Mr. Chair, Rare Disease Day reminds us that equity in health is not measured solely by how we treat the majority, but by how we respond to the needs of the few. Universal health coverage and the Sustainable Development Goals compel us to leave no one behind. This includes strengthening data systems, investing in research and innovation, promoting equitable access to diagnostics, and fostering cross-border collaboration. Jamaica reaffirms its commitment to advancing inclusive health policies, enhancing regional cooperation, and working with the Pan American Health Organization, CARICOM partners such as CARFA, and member states of this organization to address the complex challenges associated with rare diseases. We stand ready to support initiatives that promote awareness, build capacity, and ensure that persons living with rare diseases can lead lives of dignity, opportunity, and hope. In closing, we honor the resilience of patients and families across our hemisphere, today and every day. We recommit ourselves to building a health system that recognize, support, and uplift them. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that contribution. I now give the floor to Ecuador. Thank you, sir. The Ecuador joins and appreciates the initiative of including this important topic of commemorating the International Day of Rare Diseases to address it in this Permanent Council, in keeping with the mandate set forth in the resolution of the General Assembly. The word rare tends to have negative connotations, something out of place, not conventional, strange, or unusual, as was often the methods, customs, or ideas. However, alongside this definition, there is the approach on something special that deserves a more in-depth analysis, something that can be discovered. And it's from this perspective that we should be looking at this here, because rare diseases should not be seen as something that would prevent a human being from fully enjoying their rights and freedoms. Persons with rare diseases that courageously face these specific situations require support from state institutions through the promotion of awareness and solidarity of the people. In 2025, the World Health Organization approved a resolution with a view to developing a world plan on rare diseases. This shows the importance of the issue at a global level. It's not just a matter that impacts the lives of human beings that suffer from these diseases, but also their family members that need to undertake efforts in order to provide a dignified life. Resolution 2038 of the OAS urges our states to raise awareness on the needs and challenges that people who live with rare diseases must face and their family members, to make progress in recognizing their rights and eliminating discrimination. Also, It mandates that our states should develop policies around allocating resources, developing plans, and strategies to improve the quality of life of these people and their families. Currently, in Ecuador, some 5,000 people live with rare diseases. The authorities in our country are undertaking efforts to strengthen specialized care in order to provide an early diagnosis and support for patients and their families. In addition, we're working on public awareness campaigns and training for healthcare workers. Hemispheric cooperation, Mr. Chair, should work towards deepening research into these diseases. In some cases, knowledge and technological development have made it possible to reverse the effects in the long term of these diseases. However, there's a long path ahead, and it requires joint efforts and greater cooperation in order to improve the quality of life and the full exercise of their rights for those people that suffer from these diseases. Ecuador would like to reiterate today its commitment to this cause and the willingness to work with countries in the continent and different bodies under the OAS in order to achieve that goal. Thank you. Thank you for that statement. And I now give the floor to Panama. Thank you very much, sir. The delegation of the Republic of Panama is speaking to welcome the distinguished Ambassador Maya Cordero from the Dominican Republic in her capacity of coordinator of the Group of Central America and the Dominican Republic. We would also like to convey our sincere gratitude to the Permanent Mission of Peru for promoting the inclusion of this important topic on our agenda today, and thereby reaffirming the hemispheric commitment to people who live with rare diseases. We would also like to extend our recognition to the panelists for their very worthwhile presentations. Ambassador Rodolfo Coronado, Permanent Representative of Peru, Dr. Anselmo Genio, Director of the Department of Non-Transmissible Diseases and Mental Health of the WHO, and the staff of the Clinic on Rare Diseases and Orphans of Costa Rica, who shared their experience and provide us with an inspirational reference point for our region. The commemoration of the World Day on Rare Diseases brings us together not just to make these conditions more visible, but calls upon us to renew our commitment to public policies that are more inclusive, sustainable, and in solidarity with these people with rare diseases. Speaking of rare diseases is to speak of people and their families and communities that have to grapple with complex diagnoses, costly treatments, and often long periods of uncertainty. Although individually it affects fewer people, as a whole, they are a significant challenge for our healthcare systems and to guarantee the right to health. In that context, Panama would like to share progress achieved in strengthening its normative framework, its public policies in the area of rare diseases or orphan or infrequent diseases. Our country drives a number of initiatives geared to equitable access to diagnosis, treatment, and comprehensive treatment. Of the most important advances I'd like to highlight is, for the first time in Panama, Conestat Alpha. This is a replacement enzymatic therapy to treat hereditary disease, which is a significant milestone for access to specialized treatment, which are very complex. We also promoted the inclusion of new therapy options for spinal muscular atrophy, using opportunities for treatment for people who live with this condition. In addition, we are developing a plan for implementation of satellite clinics for the rare disease program, and we've coordinated genetic services with the Ministry of Health. These clinics are initially providing clinical follow-up with periodic checks on patients. The goal is to strengthen the national network for care, guarantee multidisciplinary treatment approaches, and systemization of information and epidemiological information, which is essential for adequate planning and management of healthcare. Sir, in terms of official figures, between 2014 and 2025, we saw 11,337 patients that live with rare diseases in Panama. Behind each figure, there's a human history that recalls the urgency of strengthening our institutional response. However, we acknowledge that there are still important challenges, and these include strengthening the information system and the quality of statistical data information available. We also have budgetary issues which impact treatment coverage, diagnostic inputs, rehabilitation services, and contracting of specialized staff. To that, we must add gaps in knowledge of the public healthcare system that can have an impact and lead to diagnostic delays, complex bureaucratic processes, and difficulty in having access to medication or treatments for orphan disease, which can impact financial sustainability. Given this reality, Panama believes this is a topic that transcends national borders and requires an inter-American coordinated response. Sir, equity in healthcare cannot just be measured by majority. Social justice is also about addressing the needs of those who are in numerical minorities, but whose value is equal. Panama reaffirms its commitment to strengthening public policies which are inclusive, sustainable, and joint efforts in the hemispheric arena to guarantee that no person living with a rare disease would be left behind. Thank you.
Embajadora.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I offer the floor to the Dominican Republic. On behalf of the delegations of Central America and on our own behalf, we are honored to take part in this commemoration of World Rare Disease Day. It invites us to reflect with a sense of urgency and commitment about medical care provided to people who have a low prevalence disease. It is a matter of human rights, equity, and social justice. We also wanted to recognize the permanent mission of Peru for including this item on today's order of business, along with the aforementioned delegations, including our own. We greatly value this effort, which reflects the shared desire to place this cause on our hemispheric agenda with a focus on people and non-discrimination. We are also very appreciative to the panelists for all of their valuable presentations and their technical rigor. They've clearly recalled here that behind every diagnosis, there is the story of a life, a family, and a community. Rare diseases, even when they are low prevalence on an individual basis, are a significant challenge when taken as a whole for healthcare systems, but it goes beyond clinical considerations. There is also a need for long-term care, costly therapies, and comprehensive support to patients and their caregivers. Families often face a very long journey to obtain a diagnosis. There are many consultations and treatments that sometimes come too late. They not only spend resources, but also a great deal of emotion in this process. The Dominican Republic wishes to reiterate that this cause is one of our national priorities. Our country recognizes the need to continue strengthening institutional responses to improve early detection, diagnosis, clinical monitoring, and access to treatments. Along those lines, we have driven efforts to strengthen more integrated care pathways, starting at the initial level of care. Timely referral, among other measures, need to be more effective and reduce the time that many families spend waiting for a diagnosis. Chair, at the regional level, we believe that inter-American cooperation can and must be a catalyst to move from commemoration to action. In our view, there are areas where hemispheric collaboration can produce strong results. One is generation of evidence so that we have more robust information systems and registries so that we can better manage the problem, identify gaps, guide public investment, and evaluate the impact of interventions. Without information, this issue continues to be invisible. We need to have sustainable, measurable efforts. Another priority area is building capacity in the area of diagnosis and referral. We need to develop specialties, improve clinical diagnosis, and move towards more cooperation among specialized centers. We also need to facilitate obtaining second opinions when needed. Reducing diagnosis times is not just a clinical objective. It is a measure related to justice for families. Lastly, countries in Central America and the Dominican Republic reaffirm their determination to continue working actively with member states, specialized entities in the inter-American system, and civil society so as to strengthen this agenda and translate these results into timely diagnoses, ongoing treatment, comprehensive support for families, and social inclusion for people living with these diseases. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. I offer the floor now to Brazil.
Nossos agradecimentos aos
We would like to also thank the panelists for their statements today, and we'd like to acknowledge Peru for their traditional leadership in this area. The Day of Rare Diseases provides us with more information to inform and orient the population on these clinical conditions which affect some 263 to 446 million people around the world. The exact number of rare diseases is not known. It's believed that there are more than 5,000 different kinds, the causes of which can be associated with genetical factors, environmental ones, infectious, immunologicals, just to mention a few factors. Many rare diseases are complex, chronic, requiring complex care and offers of treatment. Based on this, the Ministry of Health of Brazil established a public policy in the area of our single healthcare unit, SUS, to care for people with rare diseases and to provide for habilitation of specialized services for rare diseases throughout the country, in addition to having a network for care for people with deficiencies. In 2014, the Ministry of National Health Care for Integral Attention for People with Rare Diseases approved guidelines for integral attention and comprehensive attention for people with rare diseases. This national policy serves as a basis and recognition of the needs for assistance to the people and includes participation of representation of patient organization, members of scientific societies, and managers of our healthcare system. Due to this policy, SUS makes available care for prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and rehabilitation of people with rare diseases beyond treatment of symptoms. All of this care is through individualized assessments through multidisciplinary teams using different services of healthcare in our country, such as units of basic care, university hospitals, centralized rehabilitation centers, and care at home. Currently, there are some 37 establishments in Brazil that provide reference services for specialized attention in rare diseases. These establishments provide various procedures, consultations, and exams to help in the diagnosis and treatment of these diseases. We appreciate the opportunity to share this information in grappling with rare diseases. There's much to be gained from initiatives that are promoted and sharing the knowledge of good practices. Finally, I'd like to highlight that it's key that both governments and private companies invest more resources and earmark them in a more committed way to develop new medications and less invasive protocols for treatment of these diseases. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now offer the floor to Canada. Thank you, Chair. Canada is very grateful that this point has been added to the order of business, that we can commemorate Rare Disease Day. We also thank panelists for their enlightening presentations. This special day recognizes the importance of this health challenge which unfortunately is often overlooked. There are different rare diseases affecting many people and their families and caregivers. Unfortunately, there are only treatments for a small percentage of these conditions. And even when a treatment does exist, they can often be unaffordable.
In March 2023, Canada announced measures in support of the first ever National Strategy for Drugs for Rare Diseases, supported by a $1.5 billion investment. The strategy aims to help increase access to and affordability of effective drugs for rare diseases to improve the health of patients across Canada. We are already seeing the positive impact of that commitment. By 2025, 9 rare conditions were being treated with newly funded drugs, marking a meaningful difference for families who previously had few or no options. This progress is supported by the establishment of a national rare disease clinical trial network, which brings together clinicians, researchers, patients, caregivers, and policymakers to advance research and improve care. With patients involved from the start, their lived experience helps set priorities and keeps the work focused on what matters most to families. In the Americas, Canada has been a long-standing partner to the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, including through the support of strengthened health systems, disease control, and emergency response capacities across the Americas. This is critical for rare disease diagnosis and care. Major public health challenges need to be solved in partnerships. For over 2 decades, PAHO has been one of Canada's key partners in delivering global health assistance to the region, working hand in hand with partner country ministries of health. By strengthening sustainability and empowering national and subnational health authorities to accelerate the elimination of rare diseases, we move a step closer to reaching out 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and Universal Health Goals. Thank you, Mr. President.
A usted.
Thank you, Madam. And now for the floor to Dominica.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished representatives, colleagues, the delegation of the Commonwealth of Dominica is pleased to join other member states in commemorating Rare Disease Day and to express our solidarity with individuals and families across our hemisphere living with rare disease. For Dominica, this observance is deeply personal. In a small island state of just over 70,000 people, even a single case of rare disease can be a profound impact on families, communities, and our health system. While the number of diagnosed cases may be small, the human, emotional, and financial costs are significant. Like many small developing states, Dominica faces structural challenges in addressing rare diseases. We do not have resident specialists in many highly specialized fields. Advanced diagnosis testing often requires overseas referrals. Across to certain treatments and often drugs can be restrained by cost, supply chains, and regulatory limitations. These realities can lead to delayed diagnosis and added stress for families already navigating complex medical journeys. We therefore approach Rare Diseases Day with humility and determination. Dominica's priority continues to be strengthening our primary healthcare system and referrals networks. By investing in community health centers, digital health records, and partnership with regional institutions, we aim to improve early detection and continuity of care. Telemedicine and collaboration with regional hospitals have become increasingly important tools in bridging capacity gaps. We also recognize the importance of regional solidarity. Through cooperation with the Inter-American system and with Caribbean partners, we can explore shared approaches to procurement, training, and access to specialists. For small states, collective action is not optional, it is essential. Beyond clinical care, we acknowledge the broader needs of persons living with rare diseases. Social services, education, accommodations, and workplace understanding are critical, ensuring dignity and inclusion. Public awareness remains key in reducing stigma and supporting families who often feel isolated in their experiences. Excellencies, rare diseases remind us that health equity must include even those whose conditions are uncommon. The measures of our system is not only how we respond to widespread challenges, but how we support those whose voices are fewer but no less important. As Dominica continues its broader effort to build a resilient nation, resilient to climate shocks, economic disruptions, and public health challenges, we reaffirm our commitment to strengthening access, partnership, and compassion in our healthcare delivery. On this Rare Disease Day, we stand with patients, families, caregivers, and advocates across the Americas. Let us continue working together to ensure that no person is overlooked simply because their condition is rare. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you very much for those remarks. I believe that we have fulfilled the mandates of the General Assembly contained in Resolutions 3003 and 3028. We thank all of the panelists and delegations for their remarks, which are reflected in today's minutes. To reflect our commitment to assist individuals living with rare diseases and to help their families as they face unique challenges every day. Once again, thank you to Peru and Costa Rica for sharing those videos of the specialists. Moving on to item 4, in response to a request from the chair of the CAJP, the Permanent Council will now consider the new proposal entitled Mechanism for Systematizing Information under the Inter-American Democratic Charter. It was developed by the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy and transmitted by the CAJP pursuant to the mandate in Resolution 3029 of the General Assembly, and this is in document CP Doc 6173 of this year. To present this proposal, I will first offer the floor to Ambassador Edison Lanza, Permanent Representative of Uruguay and Chair of the CAJP. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair, for including this item on our order of business. This document is in fulfillment of General Assembly Resolution AG Res 3029, Strengthening Democracy, Section 1, follow-up on the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Operative Paragraph 7 says that we must use existing resources and voluntary contributions to present to the CAJP a proposed mechanism for systematizing qualitative and quantitative information and activities and programs carried out by the organization with respect to the 6 pillars of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. The goal is to evaluate these actions and consult and cooperate on an ongoing basis with respect to shared priorities. As chair of the CAJP, I am pleased to inform you that the CAJP concluded its consideration on January 29, 2026. We have concluded our consideration of the mechanism and proposal developed by the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy. Allow me to briefly summarize our timeline. The CAJP, at the session on 3 April 2025, reviewed a first version of the mechanism. Next, at the Permanent Council meeting in June of 2025, after receiving the activity report of the CAJP, the Permanent Council recommended returning this proposal to the CHAP to continue its analysis and revision, considering that it would be implemented under a new general secretariat, and there would be a new person leading the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy. During the CHAP meeting on December 11, 2025, which is the current period of work, the committee received a new proposal developed by the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy under Ambassador Sebastian Kraljevic, and comments were made by delegations, and they also made recommendations. In response to comments made by delegations, on 11 December 2025, the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy presented a revised version of the mechanism, and delegations expressed thanks that their recommendations were included in the mechanism, and an estimated budget was also drawn up for implementing the mechanism. Review of the mechanism has been completed now by the CAJP, and this has been submitted to the chair for consideration by member states in the Permanent Council. And there is also a request to hear from the chair of the CAJP and the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy, and I express thanks to all who worked on this. Ambassador Sebastian Kraljevic will present the details of this mechanism at this time. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Lanza. I would like to welcome Ambassador Kraljevic and offer him the floor. He is the Secretary for Strengthening Democracy, and he's joining us virtually from Colombia. Sir, you have the floor. Thank you, colleagues. As described by the chair of the CAJP, Ambassador Lanza, we received mandates from the GA in 2024. Several delegations expressed interest in this mechanism, and Chair, if I may have a few minutes to give my presentation. The goal is to have a systematic mechanism, and this will help address a need to collect more information about efforts that are underway. The Secretariat plays a key role in executing this mandate. We need to organize what we have already done so that we can improve coordination. And this needs to be done for various efforts underway in the hemisphere. And this pertains to all chapters of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. We are proposing a database to track the mandates and activities carried out by the Secretariat. Some of this is already found in reports that have been published, and we need to link those to specific chapters of the Charter. And this will help us have a more holistic vision of what's being done. Now, I apologize. I am in the airport in Panama on my way back from Colombia. We were recently part of an EOM, which is another mandate related to the Inter-American Charter. I'm actually on my way to Colombia, says the speaker, and we will be going to Bogota, and we will also be meeting with the mission to support the peace process in Colombia. And there are upcoming elections in Colombia, hence the need for the mission that I'm taking part in. We are also working with various organizations to that end. And as part of this mandate, we are also launching a boot camp on innovation and change to focus on communication and crisis management for leaders in the public sector, private sector, and civil society. We have other mandates. We still have the mission underway in Guatemala, which is making recommendations, and there's yet another mandate to support MIRPs so that systems can function better and have more agile processes. All of this is an example of what we are doing today under the democracy pillar, Chair. Now, for people in the room, it's very difficult to access this information. You have to click on a lot of different sites within the OAS website. And so we need to organize this in a way that's logical so that we can better address the challenges ahead, many of which have been discussed by delegations here. And this needs to be done, as was mentioned earlier when the Secretary General presented his report. And we need to make sure that we're not working in silos. This can only be possible, as Ambassador Lanza said, we need to systematize all of this information within a mechanism. It is part of our mandate, and as the chair of the CHAP said, there were several series of consultations to arrive at this proposal so that we can have ongoing review by member states. Now, at the Secretariat, we think that this is an important step. Having an organized database makes a lot of sense. We are marking the 25th anniversary of the Charter this year, so it's very timely. This will also help us improve our mandates related to democracy in the region, and we are very much looking forward to the next phases of this initiative. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for all of the efforts that your Secretariat has made. And thank you for joining us from the Panama airport on your way to Colombia. We know that we'll all be going to Panama for the upcoming General Assembly. And I would now like to offer the floor to any delegations who wish to speak to this issue, starting with Mexico. Thank you very much. The delegation of Mexico would like to thank Ambassador Lanza from the CHAP, as well as the Secretary for Strengthening Democracy. Thank you very much for this proposal on the updated mechanism to systematize information for information under the Inter-American Democratic Charter, pursuant to the GA mandate. We recognize all of the work done by the Secretariat, particularly for having included the comments and observations from member states from previous sessions. This exercise will help build trust and reaffirm the intergovernmental nature of the initiatives underway by the organization. We appreciate the fact that the mechanism focuses on systematizing information about programs and projects carried out by the OAS pursuant to the GA mandate. This will help preserve respect for sovereignty and of member states, as national programs and projects will not be included in this. Member states, of course, have the opportunity to send additional information or corrections so that we have a tool that really serves member states, an instrument that can be used, but not for just selective evaluations. We don't have any additional comments about the substantive points of the proposal. However, we think it is key that we look at this with a sense of responsibility because there is a budgetary impact. The estimated cost is close to $82,000. For this reason, my delegation proposes that proposal be sent to the CAP so that it can be analyzed there, especially with respect to the financial impact, and so that it can be determined whether the regular fund has enough resources to implement this mechanism. This would make it possible to ensure the independence, objectivity, and sustainability of the mechanism so that it exclusively responds to the priorities defined by member states. Once again, thank you to the Secretary for Strengthening Democracy for providing us with this updated proposal. We reiterate our willingness to move forward with implementing this proposal once we have more clarity about the availability of financial resources. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I now offer the floor to Guatemala. Thank you very much, Chair. The delegation of Guatemala would first like to express thanks to Ambassador Kraljevic, Secretary for Strengthening Democracy. Thank you very much for the presentation and all efforts by the Secretariat to fulfill the mandate contained in the aforementioned resolution on strengthening democracy. We also thank Ambassador Lanza, Permanent Representative of Uruguay and Chair of the CHAP. Guatemala appreciates the proposed mechanism to systematize information under the Inter-American Democratic Charter. We believe that having tools that better organize and visualize the work being done by the organization will help strengthen institutional transparency, accountability, and dialogue among member states. The CHAP has been looking at this issue, and the committee recognizes the importance of consolidating and organizing information about the Inter-American Democratic Charter. For Guatemala, we are pleased that this information is looking to be consolidated in a clear way. This will help us have a mechanism. And previously, Guatemala chaired the voluntary group for follow-up on the Inter-American Democratic Charter. We also appreciate the methodology presented and used by the team and the inclusion of opportunities for feedback by member states. These elements are key so that the mechanism can be technical, collaborative, and not interpretative. We underscore the importance for this initiative to take and bear in mind financial sustainability. We are aware of the budgetary constraints faced by the organization. So if we use this mechanism, we need to make sure that we have enough resources within the General Secretariat. We are pleased to see the alternatives being proposed that take advantage of existing resources and technologies in the organization. In areas such as translation and information processing, we could explore the use of innovative tools, including responsible use of AI, so that we can optimize costs without compromising quality or access to the final product. We want this to be a practical and useful tool. Its value lies in its ability to facilitate the work of member states so they can have a clear view of actions being taken to implement the Charter. We reiterate our support for this initiative, and we are willing to continue working constructively to improve upon it such that the mechanism can meet expectations of member states and help strengthen the inter-American system. I thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I offer the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States thanks Ambassador Lanza and Secretary Kraljevic for their presentations today. As we mark the 25th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter this year, it is appropriate to reflect how this organization is implementing its commitments. The Democratic Charter remains our hemisphere's foundational political commitment to representative democracy. We understand that this proposed mechanism is designed to systemize and consolidate existing information, mapping OAS democracy-related activities to the 6 chapters of the Charter and presenting that information in a more structured format for member states to review. If implemented as a technical informational tool without creating new evaluative authority, such systemization can assist member states in understanding where the organization is delivering results and where there are gaps in implementation that needs to be addressed. This would represent a useful step forward. At the same time, we must ensure this mechanism remains firmly informational and does not create an additional administrative evaluative process. The Charter's credibility depends not on the volume of reporting, but on the organization's collective political will to respond when democratic institutions are dismantled and electoral integrity is undermined. We look forward to working constructively with delegations to ensure that this proposal strengthens the Democratic Charter's political force as we approach this important anniversary. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias. Y
Thank you. I give the floor to Chile. Thank you, sir. We'd like to thank the ambassador, Eddie Solans, and the Secretary for Strengthening Democracy, Mr. Krekovich, for the information provided. In that regard, we recognize the importance of including the main concerns and proposals put forth by the member states in the session in December of 2025. As we said at that time, our country supports the effort to systematize information with the understanding that the ultimate goal is to provide member states with the data and background necessary to address the challenges before us in each of our democracies. In that regard, we would reiterate our commitment to work constructively on all initiatives that help us to concretely respond to the challenges to our societies. Thank you, sir.
gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to Peru.
Gracias, señor presidente. Mi delegación agradece al embajador Lanza por su presentación y por su impulso a este importante tema. También saludamos y valoramos el trabajo y la capacidad técnica de la Secretaría para el Fortalecimiento de la Democracia, así como la voluntad de decisión de los Estados miembros de la OEA que de manera sinérgica nos han permitido cumplir con esta meta. Consideramos que la creación de un mecanismo que integre información cualitativa y cuantitativa sobre las acciones vinculadas a los 6 capítulos de la
On the Democratic Charter is an important step to promote consistency, efficiency, effectiveness of the institution in the pillar of democracy. This proposal, as was already mentioned, is especially relevant in the context of the anniversary, the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the Charter, which marked a milestone in the normative framework in democracy. 25 years after its proclamation, we reaffirm that representative democracy is key to peace, stability, and development of the region. And promoting and defending it must be in the strict respect of international law and based on shared responsibility and commitment of all member states. The true value of the mechanism proposed will depend on us, ourselves, on our ability to maintain systematic attention and look on lessons learned, and our will to identify gaps and priority areas to facilitate and encourage mutual cooperation based on our experiences and priorities. Finally, Peru is faithful to its commitment to the Inter-American Charter and its principles and expresses its availability to work actively and cooperate, trusting that in the context of the 25th anniversary of the Charter, this will contribute to renewing our collective commitment and strengthening the organization's capacity to continue contributing to the consolidation of democracy in the hemisphere. Thank you. Thank you. I give the floor to the delegation of Canada. Thank you, sir. Canada supports the proposal of creating a mechanism to systematize information in the context of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. We believe that this new database will be very useful and is a new way to reinforce democracy. This initiative is also very timely since we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the creation of the Democratic Inter-American Charter.
We are supportive of this useful new tool as it will enable us to have easy access to qualitative and quantitative information on OAS activities and programs aiming to enforce democracy in our hemisphere. Indeed, having this type of information available will help establish a repository of activities and best practices that can be shared among member states and will further strengthen efforts to develop practical tools that support the objectives of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Canada believes in the importance of initiatives promoting democracy in our continent and deeply appreciates the work of the OAS Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy, as well as the voluntary group for the follow-up to the Inter-American Democratic Charter in driving that mission forward. We remain committed to ongoing collaboration at the OAS as we navigate the most significant challenges facing democracy in the hemisphere. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to Colombia. Thank you, sir. The delegation of Colombia would like to thank the Secretariat for strengthening democracy, especially Ambassador Kralic and this proposal to provide a mechanism to systematize the information on the Charter as presented by the member states for the mandate. We'd also like to thank the chair of the Legal and Political Affairs for backing this initiative and for working on this issue. We positively value the efforts undertaken of the Secretariat of the CJP to promote what was set forth by member states and to provide us with a structured and clear and operational proposal. Having said that, in a constructive spirit that guides us all in this process, we believe it's key to adopt this mandate and that be accompanied by a prior analysis of its viability and financial sustainability. Therefore, and taking into account that the budget for implementing this proposal is more than $80,000, we would recommend that the Commission of Budgetary Administrative Issues look at the viability from the regular fund to be able to fund this and continue the mechanism. We would also recommend that this analysis include recurring costs associated with it to guarantee its sustainability in the medium term and to avoid financial charges that are unforeseen for the organization. The delegation of Colombia reiterates its support for the creation of the mechanism to have systematized technical and useful information on the action of the organization in the area of the Inter-American Charter. And we reaffirm our willingness to continue working constructively together with others to ensure a viable, sustainable, and effective instrument. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia, says the chair. I now give the floor to her neighbor, Costa Rica. Thank you very much, sir. Costa Rica would like to thank the chair of the Commission on Legal and Political Affairs, CJP, our dear ambassador of Uruguay, for all of the efforts undertaken to reach today's session with this mandate from the members that attend the Commission on a regular basis. We also believe that the presentation of the Secretary for the Strengthening of Democracy was very worthwhile today. Thank you, Don Sebastian Kalajovic, for your presentation, and we'd like to thank both of you for your work on this very relevant topic. We recognize the value of the effort to make progress on creating this mechanism. This mechanism would make it possible to systematize information on the Inter-American Democratic Charter, and that can contribute to facilitating a more comprehensive analysis of the organization's work and support the decisions taken by member states. However, taking into account that we have still not clearly defined the funding sources for implementing the mechanism, we believe it would be prudent to refer this topic to the Committee on Budget and Administrative Affairs, as other delegations have also said. That would make it possible to estimate the budgetary dimension of this in more detail, and so that any decision adopted by this Council would be duly supported by a viability or financial feasibility study in keeping with institutional practice and with the responsible use of our resources in this organization. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to Ecuador. Thank you, sir. Ecuador would like to begin by thanking Ambassador Edson Lanson, Permanent Representative of Uruguay, for his presentation, and President of the Commission on Legal and Political Affairs, and Ambassador Krekovic, Secretary for the Strengthening of Democracy, following up on the mandate in Resolution 3039 of the General Assembly. My delegation recognizes the work undertaken by these bodies that has given way to the development of a proposal which, as the mandate indicates, would serve for member states to be able to consult it and be able to cooperate on shared priorities based on the examination and evaluation of programs and activities undertaken by the organization in the 6 chapters of the Inter-American Charter. The countries of the Latin American continent believe that democracy is a fundamental pillar of development and the future. The Democratic Charter, which will be 25 years old in 2026, is a document that enshrines the values and the vision shared by member states of this organization with regard to democracy, governance, governability, human rights, integral development, combating poverty, and institutions. The Charter enshrines our values of democracy as a fundamental prerequisite for prosperity of the peoples of the Americas. Taking into account the importance of this mechanism would make it possible to identify those areas where the organization has made significant progress and at the same time discover those aspects that require enhancement. At the same time, it would make it possible to clearly identify those bodies in the organization that are developing activities that are related to the Charter. We also highlight the open space for member states to be able to offer feedback on the information that was presented. In this regard, Ecuador would like to see the respect of pluralism and democracy, establishment of information based on this. We would like to thank both the ambassador and the secretariat for their efforts in this regard, and we applaud the intention of presenting this in the context of the 25th anniversary of the Charter. We reiterate our availability to continue working with the organization and member states to promote democratic values in our hemisphere. Thank you.
Gracias y ofrezco el...
Thank you. I give the floor to El Salvador. Thank you, sir. We would like to thank the chair of the Political and Legal Affairs and the Secretary for the Strengthening of Democracy for their efforts to provide us with a mechanism today that would reflect contributions of delegations and actions geared to preserving the technical nature of this and evaluate the process by member states. In regards to transparency, it's important to have systemized information for criteria that are developed and remain attached to the purposes set forth in the chapters of the Inter-American Charter. We trust that this initiative will help us to avoid duplication of efforts, identify those areas for institutional growth, and integral efforts to support member states at the national level. Also, aware of the financial situation of the organization, it would be helpful to make maximum efforts to ensure that this mandate is within the existing resources of the organization. And for that, we join in the alternatives presented by other states with regard to the financial feasibility of it. We think it's necessary to have voluntary contributions. It should take into account clear, transparent, and accountability criteria to guarantee the neutrality of this mechanism. Thank you, Madam, says the chair. And based on the statements made, based on, as of Mexico's statement seconded by a number of delegations, we will suggest to the Permanent Council that they refer the proposal entitled Mechanism for Systemization of Information in the context of the Democratic Charter be referred to the CAAP to consider the possible budgetary implication of its implementation. Also, so the CAP can then report to the Permanent Council on the results and the deliberations within CAP. It should also report on recommendations that it believes are relevant. As there are no objections, it is so agreed. Now, we need to look at the issues put to us by the CAP. These were already agreed in the session of the 25th of January, to wit, 1, draft response to the recommendations of the Auditory Committee, document 4208. 2, participation of member states in the medical benefits plan, document 4209. 3, draft resolution, release of the contingent amount that remains that was authorized as a special measure to sustain operations and human resources in the OAS in response to the executive order issued on realignment with foreign aid of the United States, document 4198. 4, draft on the terms of reference of auditing of the labor force of the entire Secretariat, CPR, and the initiative for planning the labor force of the entire Secretariat. This is contained in document 4196, Rev 1. And 5, proposal on terms of reference for the external assessment of the system for recovery of indirect cost, document 4203 Rev 1. They are approved. The next item on our agenda, I would like to ask if we can go ahead and approve the following records of the Permanent Council. Act 2433, 2434 of the special and regular sessions of 31 May, 2435 of the regular session of 7 June 2023, 2437 of the regular session 16 June 2023, 2577 of the regular session of 21 January 2026, and 2578 of the regular session of 4 February 2026. They are approved. We will now move on to item 7, bidding farewell to Ambassador Tomas Pascal, permanent representative of Chile and vice chair of this permanent council at this time. With the deepest respect and gratitude and admiration, this permanent council bids farewell today to our distinguished colleague, Ambassador Tomas Pascual, permanent representative of Chile and current vice chair of the permanent council. He assumed this post in September of 2025. In this short period of time in which he was vice chair, Ambassador Pascual distinguished himself by his professionalism, integrity, and firm commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights, the strengthening of democracy, regional cooperation, all values of which guide our organization. Ambassador Pascual chaired this permanent council during the 4th semester of 2025, guided its work with transparency, equanimity, and great efficiency, with constructive dialogues guided amongst member states. While he was at the helm of the council, he had to grapple with a number of hemispheric challenges and did so in a spirit of cooperation and contributed to the strengthening of coordination and multilateralism regionally. His dedication, experience, and diplomatic experience and leadership provided us with a valuable steward at this council, with a commitment of cooperation, dialogue, and governance in our region. Ambassador Pascual, please receive our most sincere recognition and our best wishes in your new functions and responsibilities. Your contribution to this organization and the collective work of the Council will remain as an example of your excellency and diplomacy. And I now give the floor to the coordinators of the regional groups and other delegations who wish to speak. I now give the floor to Mexico. Thank you very much, sir. The Permanent Mission of Mexico is honored and has the distinction of being able to speak on behalf of Regional Group 10 and express our recognition to Ambassador Tomas Pascual, permanent representative of Chile to this organization, with a view to the end of his work here. He was always available for constructive dialogue and stood out for his constructive contribution to the work of this body and its subsidiary bodies. During his chairmanship of the Permanent Council, he chaired with openness, a sense of balance, equanimity, and respect for the diversity of provisions. His sound training in international law and human rights was reflected in his way of acting, guided by principle and firm defense of the interests of his country. We would highlight his commitment to the strengthening of multilateralism and to the promotion of democratic values, human rights, and the respect for international law as a basis of coexistence amongst states. His work at the helm of the permanent representation of Chile represented the values of this organization and contributed to creating spaces for cooperation and dialogue, which are key for the proper functioning of the Inter-American system. Ambassador Pascual, on behalf of the Regional Group 10, we would like to extensively recognize your work and wish you every success in your future endeavors. May your path be one of success. Thank you. And now we give the floor, says the chair, to Panama. With the arrival of the permanent mission of the Dominican Republic in its capacity of coordinating the group of Central America and the Dominican Republic, it's my honor to speak on behalf of the permanent mission of Panama and pay a most sincere and well-deserved tribute to our friend and colleague Tomás Pascual as he finishes his work in this organization. Under his representation, Chile had a weighted, sound, and serious voice for this organization and contributed to the enrichment of collective analysis and recalled the central importance of human rights, the rule of law, and multilateralism as key pillars in order to meet the common challenges of our region. Ambassador Tomás Pascual was able to build bridges, promote consensus, and sustain respectful dialogue, even in complex discussions that were very sensitive politically. For the Republic of Panama, your presence, Ambassador, was particularly significant. We especially value your constant availability for frank exchanges of ideas, your openness to cooperation, and your genuine commitment to the strengthening of the Inter-American system. The exchanges between our missions unfolded always in the context of professionalism, cordiality, and deep-seated institutional respect. Ambassador Pascual will always be remembered as a close colleague who was willing to make substantive contributions based on his extensive experience in international law and human rights. Sir, Excellencies, this was an excellence of service for the common good, and in this regard, Tomás Pascual served with dedication and integrity, both for the Republic of Chile and the whole hemisphere. Today, we bid him farewell with the certainty that his experience, academic vocation, and his commitment to democratic values will continue to be of great support to the responsibilities he assumes in the future. We are sure that he will continue to promote understanding between our nations and strengthening the principles that sustain the Inter-American system. On behalf of the Republic of Panama, I would like to convey to you, my friend and ambassador, my sincere recognition for your work and my best wishes for your work and success in your future work and personal endeavors. We have the highest friendship and respect for you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the Dominican Republic. It's my honor to speak, sir, on behalf of member states of the Regional Group of Central America and the Dominican Republic. We would like to express our esteem and recognition to Ambassador Tomás Pascual as he concludes his mission. In the Inter-American system, where there are different visions and complex realities at stake, the diplomatic career requires not just firmness, but also openness and willingness to dialogue. Under his management, Mr. Ambassador, you knew how to work with all of these elements and balance them with professionalism. Chile historically was a committed actor to multilateralism, and under your representation, that tradition was reflected in active and constructive participation at the helm of the Permanent Council. For Central America and the Dominican Republic, the relationship with Chile was marked by cooperation, exchanges of experience, and convergence in areas of common interest. In this hemispheric forum, that closeness led to a fluid dialogue and respectful coordination, which strengthened the debate. Mr. Ambassador Pascual, diplomatic service leaves traces which go beyond formal meetings of the mission, beyond the institutions. Those of us who share this space recognize the value and the human quality, the courtesy, and the spirit of collaboration in you, sir. Distinguished Ambassador, the Inter-American system has significant challenges before it that require mutual trust, unity, and attachment to our common principles. Experiences such as yours show that respectful dialogue and commitment to shared norms are the path to strengthen this organization and to respond to those challenges. In concluding your mission to the OAS, we'd like to express our sincere gratitude to you for your work. We wish you every success in your future responsibilities. Thank you. Thank you. I now give the floor to Canada. Thank you, sir. On behalf of the Permanent Mission of Canada, we would like to express our recognition to Ambassador Pasqua. Since his arrival, the OAS, Ambassador Pasqua exercised the presidency of the Permanent Council. He did so with calm and efficiency. He emphasized approach based on dialogue, multilateralism, a rigorous but always measured analysis of the topics.
Pasqua has been an invaluable partner in the budget and administrative process, as well as in promoting human rights, democracy, and gender equality. This includes his support of Chile's chairship of the Articulation for the Rights of Women and Girls and Gender Equality, ADEMING, since last November. Working together as co-facilitators of the voluntary group on Nicaragua, and with the collaboration of member states, we were able to build consensus and successfully secure the adoption of a resolution on the situation in Nicaragua. Canada wishes him all the very best in what comes next, and we hope our paths will cross again soon. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a usted.
Thank you very much. I now offer the floor to the Ambassador of Uruguay. Thank you very much, Chair. And with the indulgence of the Ambassador of Mexico, I would like to reiterate much of what was said about Ambassador Pascual by Group 10. Uruguay truly values the ambassador's work, which is a testament to his trajectory and his commitment to protecting human rights. He has shown conviction, technical rigor, and dedication to public service. During his time as chair of the Permanent Council, he guided our discussions masterfully, and he was able to facilitate dialogue and understanding while promoting multilateralism as a tool for democratic coexistence and hemispheric cooperation. He also worked for the Working Group on Gender, and that was very fruitful. It was a very useful opportunity to incorporate a gender perspective into the work of our organization. Uruguay would also like to underscore the ambassador's ability to foster a collaborative working environment with openness to dialogue and willingness to listen to different positions. Ambassador Pascual is the youngest of all ambassadors of this council, and he represents a generation and a government that has made notable efforts to develop a foreign policy that is centered on human rights and characterized by objectivity, with efforts to avoid bias and a willingness to support human rights issues. Ambassador, Uruguay would like to recognize your dedication and commitment. We wish you every success in all of your future endeavors. Your work valuably contributed to the inter-American system, and we hope that you will continue to help us promoting human rights and cooperation among states. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. The United States now has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States thanks the Permanent Representative of Chile, Ambassador Thomas Pascual, for his service representing Chile before the Organization of American States. Throughout his tenure, Ambassador Pascual has been a steady voice on this council, thoughtful in deliberation, constructive in negotiations, and unwavering in his commitment to pragmatic and practical solutions. We all know that he represented Chile with distinction during his time as chair of the council and brought intellectual rigor, professionalism, and a collaborative spirit to even the most complex and sensitive issues before us. Ambassador, you leave behind not only a record of substantive contributions, but also deep goodwill among all of us. As you transition, we wish you the best in your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now offer the floor to Colombia. Thank you, Chair. My delegation fully endorses what was said on behalf of Group 10 by the Ambassador of Mexico. This has been quite a long day, but we cannot let this opportunity go by. We absolutely wish to thank the ambassador for all of his work as permanent representative of Chile during a short but relevant time. We thank him for his support for many joint initiatives and willingness to identify opportunities in the hemisphere in key areas like promoting and protecting human rights, strengthening democracy, women's equality, and areas of cooperation. His role was decisive. Ambassador Pascual, you demonstrated vast knowledge of the hemisphere. You were very effective in facilitating dialogue, promoting understanding among states, and reaching consensus. For all of those who had the privilege of knowing you and all of your qualities, it is clear that that is one of your greatest assets, and it's an asset for your country and the region. During your time at the Permanent Council, well, it was very short, but we know that what you did will continue to resonate. We will continue to work to transform reality for people in our hemisphere. We wish you the greatest success in upcoming endeavors, and we know that you will work to benefit people in Chile and throughout the hemisphere. Thank you, Colombia. St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of St. Kitts and Nevis and the sister states of CARICOM, I extend sincere appreciation to Ambassador Thomas Pascual for his dedicated and distinguished service as permanent representative of Chile and as vice chair of this permanent council. His steady leadership, constructive spirit, and demonstrated professionalism throughout his tenure have enriched our deliberations and strengthened hemispheric cooperation. Ambassador Pascual has been a principled and active voice in defense of democracy, human rights, and multilateralism. He has helped guide the Council through complex political and social issues with balance, respect, and clarity of purpose. His ability to foster consensus among diverse perspectives, coupled with his unwavering commitment to dialogue and institution building, has left a positive and enduring mark on the work of this organization. Ambassador Pascual, as you conclude this chapter of your service to your country and your hemisphere, we wish you every success in your future endeavors and assure you of the lasting friendship and esteem of St. Kitts and Nevis and the wider CARICOM family. May the winds of opportunity continue to fill your sails and to carry you towards new horizons of achievement. We thank you once again for your exemplary contribution and commend you to continued success and fulfillment in the years ahead. Thank you.
Gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. Jamaica has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Secretary General, distinguished permanent representatives, and other distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with a mixture of gratitude and regret that my delegation takes the floor today to extend on behalf of Jamaica our heartfelt appreciation, warm farewell wishes to Ambassador Thomas Pascual, permanent representative of Chile and vice chair of the Permanent Council. Ambassador Pascual's tenure among us has been marked by principled leadership, intellectual rigor, and unwavering commitment to the core values of this organization. In his capacity as vice chair of the Permanent Council, he has carried out his responsibilities with fairness, guiding our deliberations with diplomacy and respect for the diversity of views that define our hemisphere. Chile has long been a steadfast advocate for multilateralism and constructive engagement within the inter-American system. Through Ambassador Pascual's representation, that tradition has been upheld and strengthened. He has consistently demonstrated a readiness to build bridges, to see common ground, and to ensure that even our most complex discussions were conducted in a spirit of dialogue and cooperation. Beyond his professional competence, Ambassador Pascual has enriched this council through his collegiality and quiet wisdom. His thoughtful interventions, measured counsel, and approachable manner have earned him the respect and friendship of delegations. For the Jamaican delegation, it has been a pleasure to work alongside Ambassador Pascual. We value the strong and cordial relations between our two countries and the collaboration we have shared within this council. His engagement has contributed positively to advancing our collective agenda and to strengthen the bonds of solidarity among member states. As he concludes his tenure at the OAS, we are confident that he will continue to serve Chile and our hemisphere with the same dedication and excellence that he has demonstrated here. Ambassador Pascual, please accept our deepest thanks for your service and our very best wishes for continued success, good health, and personal fulfillment in the next chapter of your distinguished career. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias por...
Thank you very much. I now offer the floor to Spain. Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I wanted to share a few words of farewell and recognition for Ambassador Tomás Pascual, permanent representative of Chile to the OAS. The colleagues of France, the Holy See, and Italy join in this statement. The other permanent or observers. Since joining the OAS, Ambassador Pascual has been at the helm of the Permanent Council, and he took on a great deal of responsibility with a spirit of constructiveness. He always sought to reach consensus and had a respect for multilateralism and institutions. Thank you so much for your collaboration at the Special PC during our discussion that allowed us to reflect upon a hemispheric agenda based on shared challenges and the importance of democratic coexistence. In just a short time, you've left your mark upon all colleagues due to your professional skill and openness to dialogue and for your many wonderful qualities. You are leaving behind many affectionate friends. Your work in the area of human rights is always a benchmark, and you have also worked to defend democracy and international cooperation, as well as multilateralism and a rules-based international order. Thank you, Ambassador, for your professionalism, spirit of cooperation, and belief in democracy. We wish you the greatest success in this next chapter, and we know that you will continue strengthening democratic institutions and the cause of human rights. I would like to conclude by recalling the words of Salvador Allende. History is our link to the people, which reflects a deep hope in our collective ability to build a better future. Ambassador Pascual, may hope continue to guide you, and may you continue to be proud of the work that you do. Thank you, Ambassador. I now have the pleasure of offering the floor to Ambassador Tomás Ignacio Pascual. Thank you very much, Chair. And this is the second to last time I will be taking the floor in this Permanent Council, because later on I will be also bidding farewell to another ambassador. I was part of the government of Gabriel Boric. It seems like it was just yesterday when I was welcomed here at this very forum. And you wonder if in such a short time do I deserve all of your kind words of praise? But I think that this is an opportunity to continue the cycle started by Ambassador Kraljevic, and that continued when I led the Permanent Council. It was an honor to represent the interests of our states. For Chile, there's a great deal of interest in this forum. We were able to promote the value of democracy, respect for international law, and protection of human rights. Each of these is a pillar of Chile's foreign policy and has been the case since 1990, after the years of a bloody dictatorship and authoritarianism that we hope to never see again. It explains in part the importance of multilateral fora, such as this organization. And this brings me to my second thought. Despite my just short time here, I am a very enthusiastic supporter of multilateralism, and I'd like to leave you with that, my enthusiasm for this forum and my hope that the OAS continues to play a relevant role in protecting democratic values. During my time as chair of the Permanent Council, we saw the important protective role that this organization plays, especially when democracies are threatened. The OAS must fulfill its role when it comes to the situation in Venezuela, the human rights issue in Nicaragua, and the crisis in Haiti. There are many situations affecting our region. Sometimes these situations are less visible, but they are nonetheless dangerous for our democracies. We must always keep this in mind and put it at the center of our work. It is so difficult to sum up multilateralism. But it was well said by Ambassador Monton. Again, I am coming up to another question. What is the OAS for? I am so grateful for the opportunity to be here. I thank President Boric for trusting in me and my family. And I thank my loved ones. It's been hard to be away from them and my daughter. I thank my team, Ana Maria. None of what I was able to do could have been done without all of you. Thank you, colleagues, for your warm welcome and everything that you've taught me about multilateralism. I thank the staff of the Secretariat for always being available and for all of their work, which allowed us to lead this council for 3 months. We were able to see firsthand all of the challenges that this organization faces. Humanity is the only guarantee that we can use against people who want to oppress minorities and support the powerful. May the OAS be a political forum that is able to overcome petty interests and always look to protect the rights of people. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. Once again, we would like to recognize your leadership and contributions to the Permanent Council, to the other committees that you belong to, all of the coordination that you undertook, and everything that you did to support the organization. And we wish you the greatest success in your future endeavors. Item 8, farewell to Ambassador Carlos Roberto Quesada Lopez, Permanent Representative of Honduras. The Permanent Council is saying farewell today to Ambassador Carlos Roberto Quesada Lopez, Permanent Representative of Honduras to the OAS, who assumed his post on 22 April 2022. During his time here, Ambassador Quesada took part actively in the debates of the Permanent Council, representing the interests of his country, and contributing to discussions in a framework of cooperation that characterizes this organization. His work in this body reflects the commitment of Honduras to the work of the OAS and the willingness of the permanent mission to maintain open and constructive dialogue. Ambassador Quesada was vice chair of the Permanent Council during the third quarter of 2023. During that time, he took part in various sessions with respect for standards and rules and with due consideration to interventions by delegations. His experience as a writer has given him a very unique perspective, and he enriched discussions among member states and contributed to substantive debate within this council. Ambassador Quesada, we recognize all of your work and we wish you the very best in your future responsibilities. We thank you for your contribution to the Council's work and, again, the greatest success in your future endeavors. I now offer the floor to the regional group coordinators and any other delegations that wish to speak. I offer the floor to the Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the countries of Central America and the Dominican Republic, I take the floor now to express our recognition and affection for Ambassador Quesada, who is completing his time as permanent representative of Honduras to the OAS. During his time here, Ambassador Quesada represented his country within this hemispheric group and also enriched our debates with his humanist and literary outlook. He has a great deal of diplomatic experience, but prior to that, he also had experience in journalism and literature. He was recognized as a communicator and received a wide range of awards, including the National Journalism Award in Honduras. His passion for literature and his experience in writing helped strengthen the voice of Honduras within this multilateral forum. And it also enriched our dialogues and promoted cultural exchange among peoples of the hemisphere. The sensitivity of a writer who can understand the complexity of social and cultural issues provided added value to his diplomatic work. And it shows that culture and politics can and should sometimes go hand in hand when building places for understanding. Ambassador Quesada has also demonstrated ongoing commitment to the values of democracy, respect for the rule of law, and constructive dialogue among member states of this organization. Today, we are saying farewell to you at this council. Thank you so much for your dedication and for carrying the name of Honduras with pride. Thank you for your friendship to all members of this regional group. Ambassador, on behalf of the group of Central American countries and the Dominican Republic, we wish you the greatest success in this new chapter of life, along with Luce and Robertico. And we encourage you to keep that passion for literature, diplomacy, and building ties that join us together as brothers and sisters. Thank you. I now offer the floor to Panama. Thank you very much, Chair. With the indulgence of the permanent mission of Dominican Republic and the ambassador as coordinator of the group, I wish to say how pleased we are to celebrate the exemplary trajectory of a wonderful friend. But there is always a sense of nostalgia when bidding farewell to a great friend, Ambassador Quesada. This statement is not just for him, but also to his distinguished wife. And we are honored to have her with us here in this room, Lucy. And we are also pleased to have your son here who is studying in the U.S. And since 2022, Ambassador, you have represented your country with a sense of commitment, sensitivity, and personal commitment. Ambassador Quesada has brought together two callings that you don't always find in the same person: a diplomat and a writer. He trained in literature at the Autonomous University of Honduras, and he has academic experience in New York. His literary career led to a range of literary works, and I was privileged to read some of those works myself. And he spoke and wrote about challenges in the region. He also received an award from an institution in the United States and a national award from Honduras. This reflects his talent and also his ability to narrate realities with a sense of honesty and commitment. There is another quality of the ambassador. He's always been direct in his speaking style and open to dialogue. At times when there are opposing views, he always shared his point of view with a great deal of humanity. His prior experience at the UN and various diplomatic positions give him a deep understanding of multilateralism. But I think it's really his sensitivity as a writer that really enriched so many of our conversations. Behind every resolution, there are people, stories, and real cultures. Dear friend, this organization deeply thanks you for your invaluable contributions, and we appreciate our relationship with Honduras, and we greatly appreciate everything you did for this permanent council. We wish you the very best in the next chapter, and we know that you will continue contributing to our region through diplomacy, literacy, or in any other area where you can raise your voice. We hope to see you soon, and we welcome your contributions to the hemisphere. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. And again, hello and welcome to Lucy, the wife of Ambassador Quesada, who is here with us. I now offer the floor to Canada. Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of Canada, I would like to thank Ambassador Quesada as he concludes his time here as Ambassador of Honduras to the OAS.
Honduras celebrates 65 years of diplomatic relations. Our development partnership continues to translate shared priorities into action, supporting inclusive economic growth, strengthening democratic institutions, and creating greater opportunities for women and youth. Canada wishes Ambassador Quesada all the very best in what comes next. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I offer the floor to St. Kitts and Nevis.
St. Kitts and Nevis joins our sister CARICOM states in warmly saluting Ambassador Carlos Roberto Quesada Lopez as we bid him farewell and express our deep appreciation for his dedicated service as permanent representative of Honduras to the OAS. His openness to dialogue and cheerful solidarity were hallmarks of his collegiality and goodwill, from which we have all benefited. Ambassador Quesada Lopez will be remembered for his contributions to the organization's agenda broadly, and particularly on issues of development and social inclusion, consistently underscoring the imperative of listening to and uplifting the most vulnerable among us. His willingness to work toward consensus fostered an atmosphere of mutual respect and strengthened both our hemispheric dialogue and our shared purpose. On behalf of St. Kitts and Nevis and the wider CARICOM family, we extend our sincere wishes to you, Ambassador Quesada Lopez, to your dear wife and family, for good health, happiness, and continued success in the next chapter of your life, your passion and excellence as a writer of renown, and your career. May the experience and friendships forged within this organization continue to inspire and guide you in the years ahead. We thank you for your service and commend you to a future of continued success. Thank you.
Embajadora.
Thank you. I now offer the floor to Chile, representing the countries of South America plus Mexico. Thank you, Chair. I take the floor on behalf of Group 10 to bid farewell to Ambassador Quesada, permanent representative of Honduras to the OAS, as he concludes his service to this organization. Since April 2022, Ambassador Quesada has taken part in the work of the Permanent Council. He was vice chair and contributed to hemispheric discussions on human rights and development. During his service, Honduras was the pro tem president of SICA, which allowed there to be a link between that body and this one. I'd also like to underscore his participation in initiatives such as the resolution on internally displaced people as part of MIRPS, which reflects the importance of addressing humanitarian challenges in our region. Specifically, Group 10 recognizes his contribution to the group of friends of Spanish-speaking countries and working to promote Spanish in diplomacy and multilateral fora. We value his contribution to this group and promoting the cultural and symbolic value of the language that we share. We wish you the greatest success in your professional endeavors and personal projects. We wish you the best to your family, your wife, and children. And thank you very much, dear Ambassador. Thank you, Ambassador, for those comments. I now offer the floor to Costa Rica.
Thank you very much, sir. As the coordinator of the sub-regional group of Central America and Dominican Republic, we could not take this opportunity to bid farewell to our dear Ambassador Don Roberto. We'd also like to welcome his wife, Lucy, and the pride that he must feel about the work done in this council. Because in this permanent council, we'd like to recognize that Robert's presence in our work left its trace. In the midst of rigorous protocol and the forms which characterize our work, Roberto was able to bring some humor and a unique voice that clearly enriched our discussions. That combination between seriousness, authenticity, and professionalism helped to lower tension in complex moments without weakening the discussion. In his capacity, great companion in the group of Central America and Dominican Republic. This is an area where his frankness, closeness, and practical sense facilitated understanding and strengthened our joint work. We must sincerely thank him for his contributions and wish him every success in this new chapter of his life, with the certainty that he will continue with his thoughtfulness and commitment no matter where he goes. To you, Robertito, your wife, we wish you every success. Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Assistant Secretary General Ambassador Laurel Hill, distinguished prominent representatives, and other distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I take the floor on behalf of the delegation of Jamaica to bid farewell to our esteemed Ambassador Carlos Roberto Quesada Lopez, permanent representative of Honduras. Ambassador Quesada has served this organization with distinction, dignity, and unwavering commitment to the principles and purposes of our organization. Throughout his tenure, he has been a thoughtful and principled voice in our deliberations, consistently advocating for dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect among member states. On a more personal note, Ambassador Quesada is seated right next to the delegation of Jamaica. Over time, that proximity has translated into more than just shared space. It has fostered genuine camaraderie. He has been not only a trusted colleague, but also a good friend and a good neighbor. The easy exchanges between our delegations, the quiet consultations before meetings, and the steady spirit of cooperation he has extended have been deeply appreciated. We will especially miss his great sense of humor, which has often brought lightness to even our most intense discussions. In a forum where the issues before us can be complex and weighty, Ambassador Quesada's wit and warmth have reminded us of the human dimension of diplomacy, that beyond our formal statements and negotiated texts, we are partners working toward common goal. Ambassador Quesada, your contributions to the work of the OAS and your steadfast representation of Honduras will leave a lasting mark. As you move on to your next chapter, please know that you carry with you the respect, admiration, and friendship of the Jamaican delegation. We wish you continued success, good health, and every personal and professional fulfillment in the years ahead. Honduras may be losing its permanent representative to this council, but the friendship you have built here will endure. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And now, Ambassador of Spain will speak. Thank you, sir. Ambassador Roberto Quesada. I take the floor on behalf of the permanent observers, the Holy See, France, Italy, and my own country's behalf before the Permanent Council of the OAS. And I do so to bid you farewell. This has been your house in recent years. I would also like to extend greetings to your spouse here in the room. The common idea of multilateralism involves a number of different ambassadors, each of which leaves their mark within the walls of the different rooms and in the records, and especially in the collective memory. We bid farewell to the ambassador of Honduras to leave a record of the recognition of what he contributed to this organization, a space of ongoing commitment to dialogue and respect for multilateralism and the defense of the four pillars that bring us together around democracy, human rights, hemispheric security, and integral development. The diplomat did not hide the fact that the ambassador is also a writer and a journalist after his journalistic and literary career, which he intertwined with various professional achievements and recognition. And that's why I would also like to underscore his active participation in the call for the Friends of the Spanish Language, where he was very involved from its inception. This was a space where he contributed to shared reflection on the defense of our common language, Spanish, as a vehicle of understanding amongst nations. His contribution was very worthwhile to recall that language is also a bridge, a memory, and a community. And may I now evoke, with the seriousness and sobriety of this act of bidding farewell, a quote from a poet from Extremadura who is known personally to Ambassador Quesada, who sadly passed in 2025, Roberto Inersta. He can accompany these moments of farewell and transition. And he said, "An accomplished dream is a dream that is dead, above beyond its original context." The expression recalls to us that each step goes towards a new horizon, a new dream. And in this transition, we see a renewed sense of vocation and purpose. Ambassador, in concluding your mission on behalf of our delegation, we wish you every success, new dreams, and strength for the next chapter of your life. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador, says the chair. And I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to Ambassador Carlos Roberto Quesada Lopez, author of, amongst other things, the last inhabitant of Macondo, which is his most recently published work. You have the floor, sir. Thank you. I'm going to read a small part here. It's not one of my poems, so don't worry. Listening to these very kind words, I'm reminded of a song by Delito Ortega that's called "Let's Promise Not to Cry." Mr. Chairman of the Permanent Council and friend, Ambassador Vargas, Secretary General, Albert Randing, even though he's not here, he's a great person. Laura Hill, Assistant Secretary General, dear colleagues, ambassadors, delegates, observer missions, and I could not overlook all the staff of the Secretariat, those who drive ambassadors from one place to another, to those who keep this beautiful building clean, to the guards and security, and all of those who make our work possible. I have now finished a new cycle in my diplomatic career. As we know, it's normal in a diplomatic career to go from one place to another or simply to go back to one's capital city. We know that here there's a diversity of thought, but dialogue brings us to an understanding that has made us feel good in our work. 4 years ago, on the 4th of March, I arrived of 2026 is today, and I arrived on the 7th of March of 2022. How time flies. When I assumed the position of permanent representative of Honduras, I was received by the then Secretary General, and I developed a friendship which went beyond work. These are the things of life. We often talked about literature more so than politics, and we also many times enjoyed these conversations with others who love literature. And I then met at the time, Assistant Secretary General, now Ambassador Belize, who wasn't able to come here for desire not to cry. We have very good relations with Ernesto. And before Belize was called British Honduras, and so we agree that in one way or another we were compatriots. Honduras and Belize. We worked with the new authorities. The Secretary General, Albert Randing, was expansive to welcome compatriots from different places and ideologies. We were always able to communicate. Of course, we know each other over many years, working with Ambassador Landin when I was a delegate at the United Nations. At the helm of this mission, I had extraordinary staff. We always worked as compatriots that were committed, and we fulfilled the instructions handed down by the capital with the excellence that is required of a diplomatic service. I would warn you that, as is usual under the custom, that I bid farewell to this international forum. Of course, none of this is possible without family unity. Thanks to my wife, Lucy, to our son, Roberto Carlos, who, through his studies in Harvard, was not able to be here today, but he sent his greetings because he also spent some time at the OAS. Ambassadors, we have had some good times together. Sometimes were more difficult than others, but we've always known how to manage, and in this way we were able to fulfill our work obligations as well as possible. I won't hold you any further, but I have beautiful memories of you, and if any time in the future we find ourselves together in any part of the world, even if we're just tourists, I will always be prepared to recall our good moments in the Organization of American States together. As the Argentine said, after the farewell, all that is left is but to express gratitude.
Ahora para los dos embajadores.
Now, to the two outgoing ambassadors, I would like to ask everybody to applaud and stand.
Bueno, estamos aquí.
Well, we've been here since the chair's mic was cut off. Microphone for the chair, please. We have now concluded today's agenda. We've been in this building since 9 o'clock this morning, but before giving the floor to delegations, I don't know if anyone is going to commit the bold act of taking the floor. The chair invites member states to participate in the meeting of regional group coordinators, open to all delegations. That meeting will be held on Friday, the 6th of March at 9 a.m. in the Guerrero room. The topics to be addressed include a proposal to reform the Permanent Council's rules of procedure geared to strengthening legal security, predictability of procedures, and amongst those, shortened days like this one, and to improve the efficiency of sessions. This text was distributed already to delegations, and we worked on it together, as I said this morning. It was also worked in coordination with the Assistant Secretary General and Secretary Rundin. Also, we have the proposal, the resolution of the GA for the strategic plan and mandates for 2026 to 2030, which the Brazilian delegation worked on a great deal and with the support of a number of delegations. We hope to be able to count on the participation of all delegations at this meeting. And I extend this invitation and now offer the floor to any delegation which would like to refer to any other issue under business, any other business, but strictly informative in nature. Would anyone like to take the floor? Thank you. Thank you, one and all. As a result, we can now adjourn the session. Thank you very much.